Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome you all to the capacity building sessions of the Directors Week celebration. We are very grateful for this opportunity for us to come together to sharpen our swords. Indeed, before we set the program going, I'm delighted to introduce to you the Vice President of the Institute of Directors Ghana, Lady Reverend Mrs. Angela Carmen Appiah, to give us the opening prayer. Thank you very much, Madam Vice President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aite. Shall we pray? Almighty Father, we thank you for your faithfulness. We thank you for how far you have brought us. We thank you for the grace to celebrate another anniversary. We ask that even as we have come together to sharpen our swords, you will grant us the grace, not just to sharpen our swords, but to utilize it effectively to your glory of your name. Amen. And thank you very much for joining us for this sword sharpening exercise. We are in day 2 of our Directors Week celebration, and we are very delighted to have you join us online to sharpen our swords. Today, by way of expectation, we're going to have a relay of 4. And interestingly, the first to pick the baton is a female. We have put together a cocktail for you, and we are looking forward that you will enjoy every single bit of this cocktail that is being served. Before I bring on board Mr. Aite to introduce the speaker for us, I would like to invite the President of the Institute of Directors Ghana, also Chair of the African Corporate Governance Chairs Forum, to give us some brief remarks. Mr. President, may we hear from you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lady Reverend Mrs. Angela Carmen Appiah, the Vice President of the Institute of Directors Ghana. Council members, fellows, and members of IoD-Gh, our international guest speakers, past presidents of Institute of Directors Zambia and past president Institute of Directors Nigeria, distinguished ladies, distinguished fellows, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I wish to welcome you to the second day of the 4th edition of the IoD Directors celebration. I believe moving forward, we need to rebrand the Directors Week celebration to be a conference instead of a Directors Week celebration. We had a very good stakeholder engagement yesterday, and I believe the AGM was also very successful. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate management, the events committee, and all the various stakeholders who played very effectively in the success of this day, the first day so far, and I'm hoping that the rest of the celebrations will be equally very successful. Today is supposed to be a capacity development session. Capacity development for professionals is a very critical element in our ability to remain relevant in our profession. In other professions, it is very compulsory, mandatory, to ensure that one shows evidence of having received capacity development, having enhanced one capacity in any particular year for one to be able to maintain membership of a particular professional institution. We at IoD-Gh, we're working at making these to become a compulsory requirement for members if one wants to maintain one's membership in the institute. We are very delighted to have very, very distinguished speakers who are practitioners in the corporate governance space and 2 academic who are professionals and professors in the UK to educate us today. It is my belief that we will have our knowledge enhanced to be able to play our roles as directors very, very effectively. I share the biblical scripture that says that for lack of knowledge, my people perish. And so I believe that at today's event, which is one of the main objectives of setting up this Directors Week, we will live here with a very well-enhanced capacity to be able to discharge our duties as directors very, very effectively. On this note, I wish to once again welcome all of you, and I hope you will enjoy the session. Have a good session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Indeed, we are going to have a very good session. So by way of appreciation, we're going to have a general duration of about 1.5 hours per session, interspersed by 30 minutes break. And so by way of further appreciation, I'd like to run you by what to expect. In track 4, we have Professor Chirovane Sobaroyen, Professor of Accounting, University of Essex, UK, who will be running from 3:30 to 4:30. In track 3 is Dr. Ebenezer A. Bunshonaya, Board Chairman, Ebenezer Associates Consulting on Health Limited, Nigeria, former Chair, Institute of Directors, Center for Corporate Governance, who would be in track 3 from 1:30 to 3 p.m. And then in track 2, we have Professor Collins G. Ntim, Professor of Accounting, Southampton Business School, University of Southampton, UK, who would be taking us from 11:30 to 1 p.m. And in track 1, we have Mrs. Sherry Thole, former Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Science and Technology and Vocational Training, Zambia, former President, Institute of Directors, Zambia, who will be doing as the honors in track 1. Interestingly, for this relay, every single runner is an anchor. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite Mr. Fred Aite, the CEO of the Institute of Directors Ghana, to introduce Madam Sherry Thole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lady Reverend. I have a single honor to introduce a special lady, a lady I admire so very much, to do us the honors for this morning's capacity building session. Mrs. Sherry Thole came from the rural eastern region of Zambia to Lusaka, the capital of Zambia, in search of opportunities and in pursuit of higher education. A graduate of the University of Zambia and postgraduate studies from the UK, Mrs. Sherry Thole started her working career in the banking world. This was to be the platform for a very long and successful career path in banking, working for various banks, from management trainee to very senior manager and director level. The appointments were in the following banks: Barclays Bank, the Central Bank of Zambia, Standard Chartered Bank, Commerce Bank, and Intermarket Banking Corporation, where she was the managing director. She later joined politics on leaving the banking sector and served as permanent secretary in 2 ministries: the Ministry of Science, Technology and Vocational Training, as well as the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services. She has served and continues to serve on many boards as board chair and director, including past president of the Institute of Directors, the National Pension Scheme Authority, Eden University, the University of Zambia, and many more. Indeed, Mrs. Sherry Thole has enormous experience in the boardroom, and for that matter, leadership and governance. Mrs. Thole has passion for good corporate governance and doing good for society, with real empathy for the citizens to better their lives. At the current, she's the Vice President of Administration in the Movement for Democratic Change, one of the political parties that formed the UPND Alliance. The UPND Alliance are the United Party for National Development, a political party in Zambia. And the UPN Alliance, the political party that won elections in Zambia on August 12, 2021. She looks forward to working to alleviate poverty and bring about meaningful change to her country. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm honored to introduce to you Mrs. Sherry Thole, former Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Science, Technology, and Vocational Trade in Zambia, to take us through the topic, the role of stakeholders in developing a sustainable good corporate governance culture in building a resilient economy. Madam, I yield the time to you. Thank you so very much, and we are honored to have you. Thank you.
Thank you for that glowing introduction. It's a pleasure to be, and my honor to be present at this forum. I do know that, when the topic was sent to me, I belabored on that point that what are we talking about? Is it the boardroom? And looking at my background, because I know that I'm talking to directors, it should be the boardroom, but I thought I should introduce a different dimension, a slightly different dimension, considering I'm now a politician. I thought, well, let me put the cat amongst the pigeons and ask what are the directors doing to involve the politicians in good corporate governance. What I've found is that as we go along and I've entered politics, we've left behind the politicians, in good corporate governance. So we carry on. We have the same directors sitting on boards. I mean, I sat on so many boards because, every time they're looking for directors, they write to the Institute of Directors, or they just remember this Mrs. Thole. So you end up using the same directors on the various boards. Then the politicians carry on doing the wrong things and sort of like managing us. So I thought, well, let me, as we go along with my presentation, those are the thoughts I think you need to carry. And at the end, let us discuss how we can involve the politicians in good corporate governance and make sure that our country moves forward. With that, I'll start with my presentation. The outline of my presentation. Of course, I've already been introduced, my glowing introduction. Thank you. And then I thought we should refresh our minds on what is corporate governance, looking at the pillars of corporate governance, the key factors of corporate governance, principles of corporate governance, the structure of corporate governance, and of course, the dimensions. And then at that point, after that, the second part, I thought we should look at the stakeholders, types of stakeholders, the roles of stakeholders in developing and sustaining a good corporate governance culture, and the roles of stakeholders in building a resilient economy, and the conclusion. Okay, we can proceed to the next slide. The next slide is on refreshing our understanding of corporate governance. I know I'm talking to the already experts or initiated in good corporate governance, and the definition there is a system of rules, policies, and practices that dictate how an institution is managed and oversees the operations. I deliberately changed the word companies. I'm sure you all remember that this is the definition everybody uses, but I removed the word company and I put the word institution, because at the back of my mind, I'm trying to incorporate the government and I'm trying to incorporate the politicians. The next point is corporate governance includes principles of transparency, accountability, and security. And poor corporate governance leads to failure to achieve the stated goals. Again, I was looking at the government side, the politicians, having worked as a permanent secretary in 2 ministries, Ministry of Community Development as well, which was the whole country, and it covered the whole country. And I found that, out in the rural areas, we had little institutions which were not properly governed. So as president of the Institute of Directors, I did ask we wrote to Parliament that maybe we can offer some training, first of all, to the parliamentarians so that they can then, cascade it down to their constituency offices. That did not come about. We kept presenting, and eventually, I think we are still talking about it. Okay. Go to the second slide. The next one was the pillars of corporate governance. It's about promoting fairness, transparency and accountability. So we look at the rule of law, moral integrity. Moral integrity is something that is mostly, we take it with a pinch of salt in our African society, and I think that is across the continent. I'd like to say that integrity in our societies is not very well pronounced, and we ourselves, we leave it up to the individual to look at integrity and ethical leadership. So as a result, we're not bringing to account even the directors on the boards, even our politicians. The issue of transparency, we talk about it all the time in our societies, in our various countries. Again, transparency does not really exist to 100%. In some countries, it's more pronounced than in others. In our country here, we talk about it all the time, but following what is transpiring now, the revelations that are coming out, having won the last elections, and the kind of deals, I would say, that the previous government was involved in, you wonder about transparency and accountability. And the responsibility and accountability, which I've spoken about. Participation. Do we participate as directors effectively? And do our citizens in particular participate in our decision making and in the results of our decision making? Most of our societies are laissez-faire, which is why we stay in government and continue to do all the things that we do. So, and we are not held accountable for our actions. The next one is effectiveness and efficiency. I think that one I need not discuss very much. The thing is, are we effective when we make our decisions? And are we efficient in the way we make our decisions? I have live examples from Zambia about most of these pillars that we have. It's a real disgrace for some of them, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to clean up. The next one is security, and I think that one is self-explanatory. On the key factors of corporate governance, we have the Corporate Governance Code. I'm very elated that the AU has finally put together a team, and I think I was part of an ad hoc committee that tried to work on the corporate governance that will be across the African Union. That will help because we have very individual sort of corporate governance codes. So we needed some across the board to promote good governance. What is our behavior and culture? This has serious implications on what we do as we sit in the boardroom. What is our culture? In our country here, most of the time, we don't question. We are very silent. We watch, we listen. Very rarely do we question. And I think that the example that I can give you is that for the last 10 years, I think none of us were questioning the government that was in power then. They carried on with their corruption, their unethical leadership, and eventually, when it came to elections, I think everybody had had enough. So there was a revolution and the new government was brought in. But our culture is such that we don't really ask questions. On skills, experience and integrity. On skills, I think, like I said, you find that it's the same. It's us who are put on those boards because it's, it's believed that, okay, we have the experience and we have the skills and we have the integrity. But how do we get other people involved? How do we get the youth? And again, I'm speaking as a politician. where does the youth fit in? Because for example, in Zambia, 65% of the population are youth, and they want to be participating in the affairs of the country. So at what point do we get the youths to be involved in the boardroom as well? When you go to most of these boards, when you look, having served as permanent secretary, and even now in the previous government, I was watching, the average age of most of the board members would be about 50, 55. So how do we involve the youth? Because they want to have a role in the affairs of the country. The next one I think is the same, a clear understanding of what our role entails and what our statutory duties. In Zambia, we have just revised, I think in the last 1.5 years, a new Companies Act, which brings very serious responsibilities and places very serious responsibilities on the directors. Again, I think it's an issue where we need to make sure that our people participate and get to know, they're educated on the various statutes that are available. Okay, on the dimensions, we have a corporate governance itself in the boardroom and in government. I'll keep emphasizing anti-government, the legal governance, that's the laws, the economic governance, that's our economy, and the social political governance. And this is the one I think that I like talking about, having served as PS community. When you're in community development, you're in charge of orphanages, you're in charge of the social sector, the social services. So you really get to know the poverty levels, which are almost like 60%, and you look at how ineffective some of the policies are that you have. Okay, we can proceed. The next. This was the second part of my presentation. Again, I thought I was talking to the already initiated stakeholder engagement. And what is that? It's becoming very popular now, and it's a mainstream business practice and is central to public policy decision making. I think it's very common now. You find almost all governments and companies try to involve the public in their decision making process by calling for meetings, by consulting, especially on environmental issues, which is the latest one. So you have a lot of them participating. They have high level meetings. Some of them will actually have a stakeholders meeting, an open one, where they invite people to make presentations and discuss what they would like. It's also a means to improve communications, and you get wider community support or buy-in for projects. You gather useful data and ideas to involve the people and enhance public sector or corporate reputation. And you provide for more sustainable decision making. I'm sure we are all agreed on that. Who are the stakeholders? In the context of public participation, a stakeholder can be defined as any person or group who has an interest in the project or service or could be potentially affected by its delivery or outputs. I think we are all agreed on that. Stakeholders may be existing or potential customers or end users of the product, service, employees, shareholders, ordinary citizens, and those that define policies or have financial leverage. Again, here I want to give an example of the banking sector where I came from. Before we gave a loan, we always had to address these concerns and ask what is the impact of that loan or the project, and how when they collect the money, are they going to make sure it's defined and used in the correct way that they have said. The next slide. The role of stakeholders in developing and sustaining a good corporate governance culture. Why do we have that? It is to guarantee value and consider the interests of all other stakeholders. Remember that we live in this society and we must all interact and live together. We must find a balance between stakeholder interests and those of all others. And we need to develop trust. Trust is very key and secure commitment. I think most projects need our trust as the public, and as a board, we must ensure that we have trust, even from the workers and from our customers. And of course, we secure commitment. It also helps to forecast and be responsible in decision making. I think we've discussed that. We make a flexible corporate governance structure based on various interests. We do have that. To make clear regulations. Most of these are, I always say that they're already there, but do we put them into practice? Again, it's food for thought. To identify and review critical issues and strategies. And I think given this one, we have tons and tons of paperwork and presentations where everybody's talking about strategy. But do we maintain that strategy, and how often do we review the strategy? To make clear, reliable, and current systems. I think that's also something we do all the time. But do we walk the talk? Food for thought. The next slide. What is the importance of this relationship between stakeholder engagement and the Sustainable Development Agenda? Without engaging stakeholders, there can be no common enduring agreement, ownership, or support for a particular project and governance. And here again, I think I can give an example of a mining rights that has just been given out in our lower Zambezi. I'm sure you know the Zambezi River is one of the longest rivers in Africa. It cuts across Zambia and Zimbabwe and into Mozambique, into the Indian Ocean. They've given out some mining rights in the lower Zambezi. And so the ecosystem is at risk. So I think that one I can see a war brewing, a fight, not a war, the fight brewing. A venture is more likely to succeed, especially in the long term, if it takes into consideration the environment. And like I said, this is very key, especially now after COP26 and all the issues that are going on with that. I think the environment is at stake. So we need to make sure that it operates within and so on. The importance of this, we continue. Stakeholder engagement could be viewed as a form of risk management. This is what it is. Many projects, not all, will need to engage with a wider range of stakeholder groups, each with their own concerns, needs, conflicts of interest, and levels of influence. The issue of conflicts of interest, I think, is very key. Quite a number of our politicians have been caught up in this one. I think we have 2 former ministers that are on their way to jail, but their cases are on appeal. Then, of course, we have planners and project managers who need to understand who are the stakeholder groups, what the issues are, and what motivates them. What are the spin-offs from my high-quality engagement process? It strengthens democracy by encouraging more active involvement by communities and other stakeholders. There's a buy-in. Improvement in the quality and sustainability of public and private sector services, and this ownership. Building greater community cohesion and ownership, like I said, and we tackle complex problems in public sector service design and delivery. In the classification of that's a long word, or categorization of stakeholders, we often do it in groups based on location, geographical boundaries, recognized bodies or institutions, income groups, land ownership or occupation, legal requirements, and real or perceived use of issue under dispute. I think most of us will understand that. The nature of this classification means that these stakeholder groups are usually not homogeneous entities. And here I can give you one example. Okay, maybe we go back here, where we have a very popular village banking here. I think it's common in most countries, and it's run very much by women. We are not homogeneous, but we've come together because we believe that the cause is we must raise money for our families or for our businesses, and it's working. Okay, we can proceed. The role of stakeholders in building a resilient economy is the issue of controls. It enables us to monitor operations for compliance levels and ensure that systems and procedures are followed, and ensure that the balance of hierarchy and authority are done. There's also the issue of regulation, that we must be compliant. What is the bureaucracy that we have? Excuse me, market disclosure, and of course the laws. On markets, we have the issues of capital, competition, product, customer and raw material markets. And then on environment, we have the global trends and media pressure. This is a new one that has come in. The media is becoming very strong. They always say that the fourth pillar, and I must say it's really having an influence, and influences opinion and what action we can have to take. There's a revolution in information technology. Social media is, I think it's affecting almost all of us. You must behave well, ethical leadership and ethical integrity, because if you appear there doing something, the next day I'm sure you have to resign from whatever it is you're doing, depending on what you're accused of. Okay. In my conclusion, I've said strong corporate governance is important in building resilient economies due to a volatility, dynamic, and unpredictable environments, which is what is available now. Resilience, other than disclosing specific material risks, being predominantly centered on maximizing good performance. And I think that's also key. We are emphasizing good performance. It is important to absorb stress, recover critical functionality, and thrive in altered economic circumstances. We must keep looking and reviewing our positions because our circumstances are changing all the time. There is a need to focus on executing stable plans in clear, predictable, and unchanging environment. And I think this applies to both the corporate world and the public sector, that we have the government plans, the national plans, all those, and of course our own strategic plans within our organizations. Proceed. The providing interplay and interaction with various sectors of the economy and civil society. Civil society here in Zambia has grown, and it has become quite a strong factor that must be taken into account. There's the issue of corporate social responsibility and providing a budgetary line for the corporates. And I think as government, we all look forward to them providing us support with some of the projects that we do. Providing opportunities for a holistic and integrated approach to sustainable development. And we all must play our part and be the change we want and the change we want to see. Thank you. I think that's the last one. Thank you. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a beautiful view of one of the wonders of the world.
Yes, and that's the Victoria Falls, where I'm inviting all of you to come and take a break.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Mr. Ntim, can we have more appreciation of the Victoria Falls?
The Victoria Falls is shared between Zambia. Maybe go back to the slide so that you appreciate. That is at its maximum. It's at its maximum when the rains are really very good. If you go to the Victoria Falls now, it's rock. All that water has disappeared. Wow. Again, it's the issue of the environment and the climate change. So you find that now there's rock. I was there about 3 weeks ago, and it's not very nice to see. So if you do decide to come, I think you're better off coming around May, June, when it comes out like that.
Wow. Thank you very much for refreshing us and for the very insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard from our first speaker, and because we still have some time, we would like to have some interactive session where we can jaw. Could we share our thoughts? I'll be reading from the chat spaces. I'll also be inviting those who are willing to talk, if you can engage the reaction buttons, to come in. We want to challenge the assumptions that we hold as directors, as leaders. What is our culture? How did we come about this kind of culture? We heard about setting the cat among the pigeons. Is it always the case that the cat frightens the pigeons? Do we have a situation where the pigeons can turn on the cats? Ladies and gentlemen, let's have your thoughts. And I start by reading something from Dr. Kwame J. Dr. Kwame J says, our behaviors and culture ideas to change this form from your perspective and experience. I'll continue.
Okay.
Will be welcome. From your perspective and experience, how do we challenge our behaviors and culture? And he says, it may be good to jail them all. And I'm thinking he's thinking about jailing the cats. How about the pigeons? That's from Dr. Kwame J.
Okay.
Madam Thole, may I have your preference as to how you like to engage the participants? Would you like to take a question at a time, a couple of questions at a time? And be rest assured, Mr. President is in the background, Mr. CEO is there, and there are other peers on the platform who would also contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think maybe 2 questions at a time.
All right. Thank you very much.
Or comments,
So,
whatever.
a second comment from Isaac Ajin Bonny. Isaac says, how can one transition from director to politician and not just join in their unethicals? He says he has some aspirations of becoming an MP. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll start with the challenging our culture. And like I said, the issue of challenging our culture is such that we are very laissez-faire as Africans. And in particular, I would say as Zambians, we are also very laissez-faire. I did speak about how we allow a lot of things to happen. For example, the culture of corruption that was entrenched in the previous regime, none of us questioned that. So how do we change that? It's a mindset change. And then also our involvement, getting involved. It's a word that I use now as a vice president admin of MDC, that how do we get involved? Unfortunately for the learned people, all the, what we call the educated, the middle class, they always say, I don't want to be involved in politics. So we end up electing people who are not really, the next day they become ministers and we have to look up to those people. So how do we get involved? We need to be involved. Join your local party. Have a voice, even if you don't become an active member of the party. Get yourself involved in some of the town hall meetings, because those town hall meetings are where they discuss, for example, in Zambia, under the new budget that was announced about a month ago, last month end, they've increased what we call the Constituency Development Fund from 1.6 million kwacha, which is about, it was about $100,000. It has gone up to almost like a million, I think million or something like that per constituency. So, you know, when you look at who is going to spend that money, who's going to make sure that money in the constituency goes to the people and the projects that it's supposed to go to. We must get involved as the social middle class and get involved with our own people. You don't have to be a politician, an active politician. Get involved in the town hall meetings, have a word with your MP, your councillor, your ward official. But unfortunately, I think many of us have been very comfortable in the boardroom and we have not gotten involved. So that's my answer to the first one. The second one is the transitioning from a director to politician. I did that. And my way was, I just decided, I woke up one morning and I said, well, what is it I'm doing? I need to get involved. And so I joined the local party, my political party. And within a short time, there were positions being handed out. And everybody said, no, you can be vice president. So I became vice president. And then next thing, they said, no, we are going to do an alliance because on our own, each is too fragmented. There were too many political parties. So let's join the strongest opposition. And that's how we have ended up being in the alliance that is in government. So I would encourage the director there to join at local level if he doesn't want to be too active, and join at the local level and get involved. However, there's the issue which has been perpetrated by the Institute of Directors, the various institutes of directors in the various countries, that you can't mix politics with the boardroom, with corporate governance. I don't think so. And I think even with our new president, the current president of the Republic, he's a member of the Institute of Directors, and we've had a conversation. How do we get involved and bring in the creme de la creme into politics? So we need to get the directors out there to be active in politics and get involved. And then the politicians must also be trained in corporate governance so that they understand the issues and the ethics that are available. For now, I think that's the way I would go. Maybe somebody else can augment that.
Thank you very much. So for Mr. Ajimboni, as you aspire to become MP, let's brighten the corners where we are. Start by joining the local level. We play at the local level, then we come to the middle, and then we rise. Let's hear your voice more often. And then for the creme de la creme, it will be such a shame to have all the gifts and talents and not utilize them. Being challenged about our mindset, what do we feed our minds? What conversations do we hold? How do we challenge the assumptions we hold? I see Mr. President in the background smiling. And for a president who has brought a lot of transformation to the Institute of Directors Ghana, we may want to hear him. How does he do what he does?
Okay.
Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I think it's more about one's conviction about what one wants. Sitting on the fence doesn't help. I am very inspired about Madam Sherry Thole's resolve to get involved in where decisions are made that affects our practice. You know, and I'm so much inspired by what you have shared this morning. The issue in Ghana somehow doesn't make it very interesting for one to be associated with politicians. The reason is that as soon as you get into that space or you attempt to associate a little bit, then you are attacked by the opposing party. And it doesn't become, you know, attractive to those in opposition. And so some of us have shied away from getting involved in politics. But the reality is that if we don't get involved, how do we get the right people to be in the leadership position? And that has been one of my dilemmas. I don't know how you are able to deal with that in Zambia, or otherwise does that exist in Zambia? The fact that you belong to a political party, the opposition, you're attacked, you know, by the government in power if you are in opposition, and vice versa. And at the end of the day, it doesn't become interesting.
Mm. Okay, I can comment on that one immediately. The issue is that that happened to me. It's a practical example. It happens in Zambia that, you know, you join the opposition. In this case, I joined the opposition and immediately, and I recall that I sat on several boards, some of which were state boards. So immediately I joined. I think 2 weeks later, we had a big conference in Livingston where all of us met, you know, to discuss strategy for 2022. I mean, 2021, that was 2020, November. We came back from there and I was fired from all those boards. So, so I remember we were laughing about it because some of the directors were telling me that you just dug your own grave. Yeah, but I think it's a mindset change that to the extent that you decide, well, you know, in my language, you say, chiwe, chiwe, whatever happens, you know, I reached that point where you just say, whatever happens must. So luckily, I think that that environment, that time, which is common to Africa, in our country, I think it's not going to be that much because our current president suffered a lot of humiliation and, you know, he was really victimized. So he said, so what's wrong with belonging to a political party, a different political party, and participating in the affairs of the nation? So he's trying to encourage that. And now I don't know whether we'll change somewhere along the line, but for now it's looking very positive. So I think that, you know, to the extent that even as he has taken over, he has not really fired everybody, you know, which is common. When you take over, I was permanent secretary, we lost the elections and we were fired like the next day. The whole government had to be swept out. This one has kept them and he's carrying on and I don't know how far he'll go. So all of us are sort of like, you know, we are saying what will happen? Maybe somewhere along the line he'll change, I don't know. But otherwise it's something, it's your conviction, like you say, you can no longer sit on the fence. As the educated Africans, we must take part in politics. We've left it for too long to the ordinary people who then become our bosses and they don't understand most of the things that we're saying. So we must get involved, but it's going to be a hard drive, I can assure you.
Yeah, I agree with you. I also suffered the same fate when I happened to chair one of the public boards and who were not willing to accept good corporate governance principles. And so in an attempt to enforce the values, you know, they were not happy about it. And those are some of the things you face. And therefore, somehow I have become a bit adamant to serving on public boards now, you know, because they're not willing for change. They're not ready for change. And if you want to effect change, they see you as an opposition person. You know, and so the unwillingness and unreadiness of the political parties in power to ensure that boards are allowed to function effectively by good corporate governance principle is a big, big challenge, particularly in Ghana.
Even here. I can assure you that public boards are very challenging, but at the same time, you yourself, when you sit on that board, you can see the changes you're making. And when your change is accepted, for example, I chaired the NAPSA board, which is the National Pension Scheme Authority. And when we took over, we found the investment guidelines were very, very tight. You couldn't move. So we decided to review the investment guidelines. And the president at that time, you know, allowed us. So it depends on how much you can buy in, you can get from the politicians. So once he allowed us, you can see how much they've gone ahead and invested in malls and taken money out and done all kinds of things. Whereas the money used to just sit in the bank in treasury bills and government bonds. Yeah, so it's a question of the confidence that you get from the politicians who must believe in you And I think an open door policy where you keep consulting, you always have to consult, because remember, they feel very proud that they're leading you. So you must always consult. Yeah, but public boards, I think, are very good for you contributing to the nation. The private boards tend to be very restrictive, as it were, in terms of, contributing to the national issue. Okay.
Thank you. So from Osman Abdelrahman, he says, unfortunately, the culture of impunity in Ghana is given when one becomes a politician, especially when they have been offered opportunity as ministers and other government functionaries. The level of politicization rules in every sector, in his opinion. And his question is in the same flow, the trend. How do we challenge this? And he's saying that, how has the new government in Zambia taken steps to do things differently? And I believe you have provided some insights. Now he says he has read and heard some good initiatives. As you have said, Madam Speaker, now his big question is, are these initiatives paying off?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. The culture of impunity has been very common to most of our countries. Remember that we are coming from, it's a cultural thing that we've been having dictators sort of people ruling us. I won't even mention some of the countries, but immediately you find that a president will be elected, and after 2-5 years, he's looking at extending his stay in government. And they're enjoying the power, so they begin to change the constitution. They do all kinds of things to ensure that they have an extended stay. Now that, because again, I keep saying we are laissez-faire, we are watching, none of us are standing up to these actions. So they think that they can get away with it. So the culture of impunity will carry on. Now, one day, I suppose it will happen in Ghana, like it happened here in Zambia. The population just stood up, the electorate, and just said, enough is enough. We had what we call militia. They were moving around with pangas and guns, and the society was just becoming risky. And then you had the corruption, the figures, I won't even, the road construction was costing so much. I think everybody had percentages on top of everything. So until the electorate itself says enough is enough and remove all those people, we couldn't believe the results as they were coming out, that people were saying, this one is out, this one is out. Yeah. So then the government came in, the new government, and some initiatives were put in place. They said that you can, it's open, free speech, for example, because free speech had disappeared. You can say what you like within the confines of freedom of expression. And, the freedom of association, you can belong to any political party, you're allowed to exist. You can wear your party regalia, which had stopped. You couldn't wear opposition t-shirts, for example. We had red. You couldn't wear a red t-shirt in town. They would literally kill you or beat you up or something like that. Now you can walk around, there's just freedom of expression, you can association, you walk, all the things. Whether those initiatives will be guaranteed remains to be seen, but I think there's goodwill. And so far, it's too early to tell. It's about 3 months now. I think if we give it another 6 months, then we have another conversation. It should be fine, I'm sure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdel Rahman. We live to see. Let's give it about 6 months. It's too early. We have 3 months, and we are trusting God for grace, for sustainable execution of those thoughts and intentions and actions that you have read and heard about. Thank you very much. Also online is Mr. Frederick Emmanuel Aite, another gentleman I admire so much, sitting as Head of Operations, CEO, Institute of Directors, Ghana. Mr. Aite, the Institute of Directors, Ghana has traditionally operated a very lean secretariat. In the light of our discourse this morning, would you like to share with us how you inspire yourself? What lessons can you share with us? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for the opportunity. What I will say here is that, as a matter of fact, probably I could do with some more in terms of the leanness as we have. That as it may be, what I will say here is that I get inspired, and what we need to do is looking at what you can do for others, what you can do for God and country, and what you can do for your environment. Actually, it's not about you, the individual, but it's what you can do for others to make things move. And by so doing, one has to ensure that you create the enabling environment. I believe very much that Madam Thole shared her experience. She probably might have looked out there and realizing that probably the environment may not be as conducive as she may want. Nonetheless, she was able to also appreciate that there may be a particular party that in terms of relativity had that environment for her to sort of go and do what she could do for God and country. So what I'll say here is that what I try to do is to sort of create the enabling environment for people to be able to come in to help. And when you have a lean, team that you're working with, in fact, I must also say that always, there are people like Madam Thole out there who really want to be out there to help. But do we create an enabling environment for people to help? And so if you have a very lean operation, you need to attract those who want to help. But if you don't create an enabling environment for them to come in, they may not come. So you start with trust. Build trust, have integrity, right? Be authentic and have empathy. And also let them appreciate that there's some logic in whatever you are doing there. Once you create the enabling environment, trust me, you will attract people who would want to help. And when they come in, they help full swing. So these are some of the levers. And when they come, as a matter of fact, your value system, which tends to anchor what you are doing, would also be very, very important. So in brief, what I will say here is that create the enabling environment. There are lots and lots of people out there who want to help, a lot of the time for free, wanting to use their skill set, their experience, their knowledge over the decades or over the many years. But how do you attract them? We heard from our Honorable President, hardworking President, and some of the experiences he has had elsewhere. And at times you might even feel that because of the way the environment is, you probably shouldn't probably move. Nonetheless, you must have those convictions, a mental attitude, a winning mental attitude to drive yourself. And it's not about individuals, it's about others. It's about what you can do for the future generation also to come and inherit. So in summary, what I'll say here is that please, when you are having a very lean system to achieve goals, create the enabling environment to attract those who would want to come in to help. And when they are coming in to help, they want to ensure that there is integrity at the place, there's trust at the place. They want to ensure there is empathy. You feel for what they are coming to do and that you are operating with some logic in what you are doing. Thank you so very much, Madam, for the opportunity to share.
Thank you very much for the insights shared. We have heard some common nuggets here for God and country. And from Mr. President, it's about stewardship, custodial care and responsibility. It's about personal convictions. It's about commitment. And together as directors, active, inactive, we want to challenge the assumptions that we hold about leadership, about ourselves, about our cause. Do we want to engage people? Do we want to build trust? Do we want to create the necessary environment? What makes people think? What do we need to get or do to attract the Madam Tholes in our societies? These are some pieces of food for thought. Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to round off on the first session, I would like to go back to our chat spaces to pick your comments, if any. And for those who want to speak, I would go around to see if there are any hands raised. We will be observing a 30-minute break after we round up.
Lady Reverend, I want to ask, yes, I want to ask a question. I was looking for your buttons to raise my hands, but I can't find it.
Okay. Mr. President, please go for it.
Now, Madam Sherry Thole, I want to know what is the strategy of getting the youth to be involved in decision-making in Zambia? Is there any deliberate strategy?
You know, that has been a challenge to get the youth involved. But remember that out of the, I think it was the 7 million voters, almost about 5 million were the youth. They had just started voting, most of them. And what we saw in the queues, the voting queues, you could see that change was coming. You could see it on the faces, you could see it on in the conversations, the quiet conversations in the queues. People were just tired. Yeah, so those are the ones that led about to the change. So of course they have to be catered for and taken into account. So what has happened is the initial positions at State House, for example, you know, those are very key, and there are a lot of youth that have gone in. A lot of young people, young men, and I think one or two ladies, very young. And then there's the Ministry of Youth that is supposed to come up with empowerment programs for the youth. They were already there in the previous government. So just to make it all inclusive, change the criteria. And we are looking at empowering the youth to the extent that instead of looking at white collar jobs, they must look at entrepreneurship. So there's a retraining, a skills training, and I see opportunities for us as the Institute of Directors in Zambia and the various institutes, you know, the Zika, the Chartered Accountants, that we can promote and, you know, train our youth in skills for entrepreneurship and managing their own businesses. That's where we are looking at. We've also looked at what we call the Citizens Economic Empowerment Commission. Most of them, it's to retune, or is it fine tune, and make sure that they begin to fund youth programs and youth projects. That's what we're looking at. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the insights. Any comments, questions, points for clarification, any aha moments to share? From Dr. Kwame J. Thank you, Madam. I'd like to know if the army and the police have any interference and involvement in maintaining the political status quo. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. The army and police were not involved. They were not active. Here, the army is just like a support system. The police were involved to the extent that the police must monitor, you know, the elections, and, you know, they're at the police stations. Any trouble, you report to the police. But otherwise, they just carried on their usual constitutional duties. I think they are not like the ones in West Africa, I must say, tongue in cheek. Ours are very, you know, they just stayed out of it. They don't get involved in politics. And those that did, obviously they'll be fired. There are very few though. What we have also is a situation where, because there's a new president, the commander, I think they're commanders of the police, the Inspector General of Police, the Army Commander, the Air Force Commander, and the National Service Commander, they are all automatically replaced. So those have already been replaced.
Thank you very much. May we have a couple more as we prepare to round up for the first speaker for today. Dr. J says, interesting experience sharing from Zambia. Thank you very much, Madam Thole.
Yes. I must say that it's one of those experiences you're proud to be part of. It has worked out, it has come out positive, and it's for the good of the whole country. I'm now speaking as a politician, not as a director of the board.
Yeah, Madam Sherry, it is a reality that in Africa, integrity is not well pronounced. In fact, at yesterday's engagement, one of the politicians said it was in short supply. So how do we, get integrity into our DNA? We live in a society where there's so much corruption. It is very difficult to get things done if you want to be a very genuine person, if you don't want to play by the order of the day. Those of us in the business space are always challenged about having to work to get the results. If you uphold your values so strongly, it is becoming increasingly difficult in the environment where integrity is not well pronounced. How do we navigate that and get our businesses to run?
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing. Corruption has become so embedded in our societies, and the fight against it is a very difficult one, because the rot is right through the system. It's even if you arrest somebody, the grounds may be so weak that even when you go to court, the courts may find it difficult to jail that person. But I would say the way we have started is to get all these people answerable for their actions, first of all, because quite a number of them were very outspoken about it and very arrogant about it. So quite a number of them have been arrested. People must account for their actions. And then I'm hoping that we can jail some so that they're used as a living example, and then get back there under the Anti-Corruption Act, Anti-Corruption Commission. A lot of them their properties should be seized. So hopefully that should be a living example, but it shall be difficult to get to that stage where most of them will be examples, because it's still a long road of taking people to court. You have to give them their day in court, as it were. So those are the delays that we are going to have, obviously. So it remains to be seen again that our corruption fight will produce the fruit that we are looking for. Again, it's another challenge for Africa.
So how do we get there? How do we get there? Because it's becoming a general, issue on the continent. Whatever is happening in Ghana, it appears to me is the same thing happening in Zambia. And talking to my friends in Nigeria, it's also about the same. And in Kenya, it's also about the same. And so if we live in the environment where the appropriate sanctions are not meted out, there's no enforcement of, good behavior. There are no sanctioning regimes. People do misbehave and go away with it. How do we get the results? If one wants to play, be a very disciplined, ethical business person in the midst of an environment which does not really uphold those values effectively, how do we operate in that environment?
Yes, I understand your position, but it has been so firmly entrenched. And I remember when I was permanent secretary, one contractor, we were building a college, and one contractor coming and literally offering free phones, those very nice phones. And I remember speaking to him and saying, but for the kind of project, in any case, it's, I said to him, it sounds too little, but it's not worth it for all the trouble, just get everything back. Now, you know what he answered me? He said, Madam, in England, in the West, these people are more corrupt than us. But you people here are making it sound like we are very corrupt. But in the West, look at some of the former prime ministers, they broker deals. So you think they're brokering those deals for nothing. So again, it's food for thought that we may want to produce all these sanctions on paper, and how far can we go to make sure that they become practical and people go to jail and account for their actions. And I think that going forward, it's a lot of education, you know, informing our people about the ills of corruption, the way they've been doing now. You know, just today, we have Parliament TV, and Parliament TV, there's the Public Accounts Committee, and I like to watch that every morning before I leave home, that, you know, who is on the agenda. It's a real mess, the kind of things that are coming out, the issues that are coming out, the corruption levels, the shortcuts regarding the controls. And yeah, so you see all those things, and then you say to yourself, so how do we change that? I think it's about education and about sanctioning. I've heard that they want to jail some of the permanent secretaries who are responsible. Remember, permanent secretaries are controlling officers, so they want to jail some of them. I think that would be the beginning. And of course, confiscating their wealth. But it's a very hard road and a very long road. It's a challenge, unless all of us have a mindset change. I know you as a businessman, you get shocked when somebody can't do anything for nothing. You see that. So those are the issues that we need to address. It's a long road to freedom.
So food for thought.
Hello, Reverend.
Yes.
Reverend.
Yes, please, Mr. Rikouzu.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm enjoying the Zambian experience very well. I wish we could have gone on the whole day, but for want of time. Madam has been talking about jailing, and it's the authorities that are going to do the jailing. And in Ghana, all these big men who get jailed after 1 or 2 months or some few months, then you get these organizations coming around, making appeal, the man is sick, is this, is that. The ordinary person sick in the jail is not taken account of, but all these big people, and they get pardoned. I want to know if that is the experience in Zambia too, where you see these big people always, we don't confiscate what they take, and then they just go away with it. What is the Zambian experience?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's exactly the same as you are saying. We have a typical case. The last few days, we have the minister, former Minister of Defense. He was arrested. There was a by-election, I think, in one of the provinces where there was a lot of violence, you know, and so I think somebody died, and he was there together with his assistant. His assistant was made a diplomat to Ethiopia, and on arrival, because some of the diplomats have been recalled, on arrival, he was arrested at the airport, and next thing, the minister, or the former minister, was also arrested, and they've been taken to this remote area. So it's playing out exactly like you say, that the former minister is sick, and now it's in the cells in that remote area. Obviously, the cells are not appealing, and he's a sick man, so what will happen? But, you know, what I noticed, the establishment, the government, nobody has come out to say anything. So I think that we are all holding our breath and seeing what will happen to this man. Is he going to jail? Because he's got an attempted murder charge on his head. There are several of them, and we are waiting. All of us are waiting with bated breath, as it were, to see whether these big boys will pay for the crimes that they committed.
We wait to see. Before Dennis Eshen.
Reverend.
Yes, Mr. Usechao.
Follow-up question. How do we get these institutions? You see, in the Western world where they don't have this kind of impunity, it is the institutions that work. When Trump was trying to say that he was not going to leave the White House because of this things that he thought was not right with the voting. I read something that there was a unit where on the 20th of January, at a certain, I think 11:30 or so, they would just come in to the White House and start packing and that sort of thing. And you see, it's like when Obama also came here, he mentioned the institutions. We should let the institutions work. It's only when these institutions work that we can do away with this impunity. And how do we get these institutions work? Because they are not working in Ghana, and I believe it is not working in Zambia or elsewhere in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Yes, in fact, Madam Afia, you know, there's exactly the same scenario unfolded here. That our institutions have been weakened in the last 10 years or so. Our institutions were sidelined. So they became very weak. The Anti-Corruption Commission, for example, even arrested the former Minister of Health as he was Minister of Health. And his case was taken to court, very weak, and the minister was acquitted and carried on being a Minister of Health. And I remember thinking, this man is not even resigning as he goes to court or, you know, stepping down from his position. Yeah, so that's the kind of anarchy and impunity that we had. But what has happened is the new government has told the Anti-Corruption Commission and Zambia Police, go out and do what is your role. We are not going to interfere. So the same Anti-Corruption Commission went and arrested the former Minister of Defense, and now the former Minister of Health, who has sued. There's all kinds of drama going on. You must read the pages about Zambia. I'll be sending them to you. And the former Minister of Health has now sued anti-corruption because remember he was acquitted in that court for $50 million that he was wrongly accused and whatever. Now the anti-corruption has responded and said we are on firm ground. Previously, the Anti-Corruption Commission would have kept quiet. Now they're standing up to these people. So we hope that that is a new trend we are seeing. And like I said, it's a mindset change. They've been given the freedom to operate by the new government, that there will be no interference. So let's wait and see. And like I said, it's a wait and see, but I'm sure there's some goodwill somewhere and support.
Thank you very much. Albert Ademenu says he's really enjoying the open discussion, very interesting perspectives, and he is motivated that one day our systems will see positive changes. So we still wait and see. Bernice Eshen, may we hear from you?
Thank you very much, Reverend, and good morning to everybody. From what the president said on integrity, it looks like it cuts across Africa and it's in our DNA. Then the issues of the institutions not working also cuts across, which is very worrying. We are now trying to get the youth involved in some decision-making, see them as stakeholders. It's not the case that institutions such as IoD and others should also advocate, train the youth on issues pertaining to integrity, corruption from the very beginning, or to start now, because they are the generation coming. There is a likelihood that some of them have this mindset of, okay, I've seen my predecessors do this. As soon as I also get into such a position, I'm also going to start. What can we do as a society, as a country, as bodies to help the youth? Because if we are not careful, this cancer will still run and run and run. Some of them would come with the intention to just amass, to be even more corrupt than those who have taken the lead. So if the institutions are not working, what do we do as a body? What do we do as a society? What do we do as a nation? On board. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. Still more food for thought as we challenge the assumptions that we hold. We challenge our laissez-faire culture. We let our voices be heard, and then we prepare to dig our graves. Thank you very much. Chire, chire. Shall we have 2 more comments?
Yeah. Is it some okay?
Join us. We will be observing a 30-minute break after this session.
Okay.
Madam Thole, let's hear you. You had something to say.
Okay, I was going to just respond very quickly to the gentleman who spoke about how to get the youth and this cancer of corruption and integrity, getting them to think integrity and ethics, ethical behavior and leadership. We had, as Institute of Directors, we were trying to make some overtures to government, I think at some point, that we try and introduce integrity and ethics and all that into the curriculum for civics. You know what we call civics here. Civics is about studying about the government and how it operates and all those civil society and stuff like that. So on the civic education, we thought we could do that, but nothing has come to fruition, but it's something that I think we need to pursue. And I think that the youth need to be involved. It's a real, I'll keep emphasizing mindset change and getting everybody to think that even the youth must be involved. That's all I can say for now. I leave it open.
Yeah, just to add to what Madam has said, I recall when I was elected into office in 2018, this issue about getting the youth really reoriented towards best practice was very high on my agenda. And what did we do? We tried to get close to NCCE to see how we can take this conversation to the grassroots. By grassroots, I'm talking about to the primary level and start to re-emphasize the need for good ethical discipline. I recall when we were growing up, we had that kind of discipline right from home. But now it appears it is failing. Our youth, what they are seeing and reading is not getting them to where they must get to. It is reorienting them. I have my wife's sister's son, who was a very, very good student, who was aspiring to be a medical doctor. At a certain point said, oh, he wouldn't want to be a medical doctor anymore. He wants to be a politician. Why does he want to be a politician? Because he thinks that it is the politicians that are making money. And that is where we are going as a country. And the call for Benes, for us as institutions to lead the charge for change is a right call. And I believe we need to sharpen our tools and get into the space and enhance our advocacy towards this cultural change, the mindset change. It's actually in our hands. How effectively we are able to sustain this campaign will be very crucial towards the survival of the direction of our youth. They're getting a bit misdirected now as a result of our attitude and behaviors of our politicians and society, where things that must be taken on go unattended. People do things they are not sanctions, and all of those things are not helping in the proper development of the youth. I want to support the call Benes is making that as institutions, we must rise and be more vocal and have a strategic approach to changing the narrative to supporting our youth to be well oriented towards effective and ethical leadership and discipline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And there's a questioner. She's saying, is it possible that the institutions are not working because those manning them are usually government appointees who are not really independent? Food for thought. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a very beautiful first session. Our intellectual juices are still being stimulated. We are very glad you are able to join us to together do this. And to Madam Sherry Thole, we are very privileged, highly honored to have you join us, and most importantly, for you dispassionately sharing your perspectives with us. We are going to take on board all the insights shared and challenge the assumptions we hold, not just to wield saws, but make sure that we wield sharpened saws to effectively cut when necessary. Mr. President, may we have your thoughts as we prepare to round up. Thank you.
Yes, I cannot agree with you more, Lady Reverend. It's been a very, very insightful and engaging moment. We have been educated, we have been inspired, we have been encouraged, at least to know that there are people out there like Madam Sherry, who are very passionate to lead the charge of ethical change. We're very much happy to be aligned with you, and we are resolved as an institution to support this call for change. We will count very much on your support, and we'll be knocking at your door, not only from the Ghanaian angle, but from the international angle, where we'll need to get the president of Zambia to be more involved in corporate governance transformation on the continent. So please be ready, and you'll be leading us to speak to the president of Zambia, who we are targeting to lead a transformational change on the African continent as far as corporate governance is concerned. We are so excited to have you, and we look forward to seeing Zambia as a role model for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been listening to Madam Sherry Thole, former Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Science, Technology and Vocational Training, Zambia, also past President, Institute of Directors, Zambia. She spoke on the role of shareholders in developing and sustaining good corporate governance culture in building a resilient economy. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the first leg of our beautiful relay. We will observe a 30-minute break. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I welcome you all back to the second session of today's program. My name is Fred Aite, the Chief Executive Officer of the Institute of Directors, Ghana. And indeed, we've had a great session this morning, and we had Mrs. Sherry Thole, former Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Science, Technology and Vocational Training from Zambia, giving us the honors on the role of stakeholders in developing and sustaining good corporate governance culture in building a resilient economy. And we've had a great session this morning. This second session, we welcome you back, and we are very much excited and delighted that we are going to have another great session. And I believe very much that with what has been said this morning, it will really give us the appetite to stick through what we're going to be hearing shortly. Thank you so very much. And at this stage, I will hand over to our moderator, the Vice President of the Institute of Directors, Ghana, Reverend Mrs. Angela Carmen Appiah, Fellow of the Institute. Lady Reverend, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aite. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be here. We have had our digestive enzymes having been stimulated. We are hungry and waiting for more. And by way of expectation, for those just joining us, we have been served beautiful meals. We have about an hour and a half of another meal to be served. And this meal, interestingly, is in track 2. And for track 2, we have another anchor runner. And we said that in track 1 was Madam Sherry Thole. In track 2 is Professor Collins J. Ntim, Professor of Accounting, Southampton Business School, University of Southampton, UK. Professor Collins will be speaking to us on the role of stakeholders in developing and sustaining good corporate governance culture in achieving Ghana beyond aid. May I humbly invite Mr. Aite to introduce our second runner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to introduce our special speaker for this session. He is in the person of Professor Collins Ntim. Professor Collins Ntim is a professor of accounting at the University of Southampton Business School with a PhD from the University of Glasgow, UK. Professor Ntim has served in a number of senior roles, including Associate Dean, Head of Department, and also Deputy Dean of Southampton Business School. Prof. Collins's research focuses on how accounting, finance, and governance can drive development in sustainability around the world, especially the developing world, including China, Sub-Saharan Africa, Middle East, and North Africa. In the process, has published widely in leading academic journals. Indeed, Professor Collins Ntim's research has also attracted competitive external and internal research funds from bodies such as the Economic and Social Research Council, United Kingdom. His work has featured frequently in reputable popular media channels, including TV as well, Sky News UK, BBC Live UK, and the Financial Press, just to mention a few. He also has strong interest in track record in developing, reviewing, and examining supervising and teaching accounting, finance, governance subjects to undergraduate, postgraduate, especially in PhD, executive, professional accounting, and finance students. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I would also want to say that Professor Collins Ntim is currently serving as a panel member of the United Kingdom 2021 National Research Excellence Framework Assessment Exercise. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Professor Collins Ntim. Prof, we are honored to have you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am very grateful for the honor and invitation to be here today. And as you know, I come from Ghana, and you can see from my accent. And so I'm just delighted for this opportunity to speak to all of you and to share a day with you. Now, I hope it won't be an hour and a half. I hope it will be much shorter. Certainly my what I'm going to say will hopefully be a bit shorter, a bit quicker than an hour and a half, and we can have perhaps a bit more discussion. And I am also particularly delighted with the topic that you have assigned to me, which is something that is particularly dear to my heart. And as I was saying later on, it's something that I work on or research in. And so and obviously, talking about it at home is much more interesting and exciting. So in terms of the order, if you can go to the structure that I would like to kind of, yes. So I'll talk briefly about my research, but generally not just my research, a group of colleagues from Africa who have been engaged in similar research to mine. And I will say it will be very brief, so don't worry, it's not going to be about any lecture or anything like that. And then I will focus on the role of stakeholders in developing and sustaining good corporate governance culture towards creating, delivering the Ghana Beyond Aid agenda or vision. And then hopefully we'll have questions and discussions or comments and suggestions. So before I start, let me say that maybe I may not be able to identify every stakeholder. So if I miss any particular stakeholder, please accept my apologies in advance. But I hope that it will be, it will nonetheless will lead to some discussions afterwards. Now, in terms of my research and the team that I am with, so there's a group of us in from Sub-Saharan Africa, particularly from Nigeria, from Kenya, Zimbabwe, and a bit also from North Africa and Mauritius, which sometimes some people might say, well, is Africa or not, as well. And my colleague Steven, who is from Mauritius, will hopefully be speaking later on in the afternoon. And we have been working on a number of teams. Certainly in accounting and in governance and in finance. But what is particularly interesting is that we have, given the developing nature of Africa, what we have tried to do is to link our research to development, although it focuses on accounting. So, Mr. CEO, if you could go to the next slide, for example. So we have looked at, or myself have looked at issues around accounting, particularly reporting and disclosure. So, corporate disclosures, what corporations, whether they do so mandatory or voluntarily, and its implications. We've also looked at governance structures, so particularly good governance structures and their performance implications, executive pay and valuation implications also. We have also looked at accountability issues. And here, particularly in Southern Africa, where the governance reforms in Southern Africa attempted to reflect the challenges that post-apartheid South Africa posed. And so issues around social and environmental accounting, what was typically widely known as corporate social responsibility. But within particular Southern Africa, it's not just the classic environmental issues, or whether it's carbon emissions or typical environmental issues, but also social issues around disease. I mean, with the COVID pandemic, everybody's now looking at diseases. I think about 10 years ago, myself and my colleagues started looking at how HIV, for example, has been affecting the people in Southern African region in particular. And what can corporations do to address that? And that was 10 years ago. Now, obviously, now it's much more imperative with COVID around. Everybody can see the implications of that. We have also looked at issues around finance, particularly asset pricing and its efficiency and implications of that, and links with development, especially development finance. Now, we have explored these teams not just as watertight compartments or as individual teams, but also they are interdependent. So we have, for example, look at governance issues and how they may drive accounting issues, say disclosure and reporting, or how they may drive accountability issues and so on and so forth. And we do have a critical mass at this stage. Now, we have been doing so for the last, say, 10 to 15 years in the UK. And not just in the UK, I think that I have to say there are some colleagues, perhaps less in number in other countries like New Zealand, Australia, Canada, and so on. And what we over the last 15 years, we kind of look at this and say, well, so far what we've been doing is we have, of course, been able to do these kind of studies. We have then been able to publish them in some sort of credible academic journals, which are widely accepted. But nevertheless, these are still academic impact sources, or academic, the ideas still remain in academic outlets and sources. Mr. President, Mr. CEO, if you can go to the next slide, for example. So we began to think about how we can really engage with the real world to bring about improvement in people's lives, to bring about change in the corporate world and corporations. And so for the next, our objectives, as I said, it's a team, it's probably a group of about 10 people plus of us working together. It's really to work with industry, collaborate with industry, and begin to share our ideas, co-create in order to bring about real world impact, not academic impact. rather than remaining in books and so on. So that is the objective that we have as a group over the next 10 to 15 years. And we want to do so particularly in Africa and sub-Saharan Africa. So my colleague Steven and Dr. Dancy Kimani, who is from Kenya, currently working with Kenyan chartered secretaries to develop governance standards and so on. We are currently engaging with Ethiopia to really start developing structures. Actually, they don't even have IoD, so they're keen to develop an IoD there, and then develop a code and so on. So it's a kind of a program that we want to engage with. And as some of you may know or may not know, we are keen to collaborate with IoD-Gh on its mission, obviously, of promoting good governance, and as part of that, hopefully developing a unified national corporate governance code for Ghana. So that we hope to support that process and work closely with IoD-Gh to do that, and hopefully you all be interested to support that agenda. Yes. Now, in terms of, I'm going to now talk about the theme for the day, which is the stakeholders. And as I said earlier on, it will not be a lot of, I'm certainly going to miss some stakeholders. I can accept that, and please accept my apologies for that. But nonetheless, I hope that the core of stakeholders possibly would have been captured. Now, and generally, this is a conversation. So it's not research, it's things that are happening, and what perhaps my reflections or what can be done or what might be done in order to deliver the vision that has been set. Now, I've classified them broadly into four groups of stakeholders. So I have government and policy and public sector, primarily looking at the government as the main body with a mandate to set broad vision and so on. Of course, set policy, working with, which typically will be implemented by ministries and public sector agencies and so on. And the regulators and markets. So here I'm looking at the Bank of Ghana, for example, the Securities Exchange Commission and so on, and the Ghana Stock Exchange, the Commodities Stock Exchange and so on, the markets. And then I will talk about the practitioners, I think, which will potentially reflect you, the private sector, the professionals and the schools and the institutes and so on. And lastly, but not least, is civil society and media. And I kind of, the approach I'm going to take is that for these, I will identify some key role that they are playing already or that they can play, and perhaps a bit of reflections on what might be the challenge that we may need to address in order to deliver really develop and sustain a good corporate governance environment, one that will really deliver the vision of Ghana beyond aid. Okay. So now, when I look at government, for example, so broadly, I'm referring to the government of Ghana primarily, but of course, the government set broad policy agenda and vision and direction for the country. And so in this sense, the idea of Ghana beyond aid, which is, if you read the documentation, it's a concept, but the objective there is to create a vibrant, successful economy that's able to generate jobs, obviously thriving private sector, thriving public sector, and the third sectors, generating jobs, creating opportunity for all, that can bring about development and benefit all the peoples of Ghana. So that is the vision. I think that is really a laudable vision for the government to set. But of course, remember, there has been several reforms since probably the 1980s, economic reforms that have been pursued by successive governments aim at achieving this particular aim, I think Ghana has definitely made substantial progress. And although there's still more to be done, so if I look back, the financial sector, adjustment programs, the economic reform recovery programs that were pursued in the 1980s to the late 90s, early 90s, for example, the early 2000s reforms around, social reforms in particular. I remember the mass transportation systems, the national health systems, more recent, the education reform processes that are going on. And you can see, fourth industrial revolution, digitization currently going on and all of that. These are all, I think, parts of the broader jigsaw of developing and sustaining really good governance practices. I think sometimes these reforms, maybe on reflection, sometimes they become a little bit more partisan, and the successive government do not necessarily continue with reforms, abandon and start new ones, perhaps. So, those are kind of areas that we might be able to improve on. And perhaps if we're able to do that, we will definitely be on the pathway to that vision that we are all looking for. Yes, I think the next series of stakeholders, obviously Parliament. I mean, I'm not going to spend too much time. Sometimes I'll move a bit quickly. Set broad legislative framework, exercises oversight over the executive, and generally provide scrutiny and represent minority interest. I think you can see all of that going on. I am particularly excited about how balanced the current Parliament is, and hopefully the bipartisan, the more bipartisan the approach to lawmaking and the oversight function can be, and so on. So I think it's as somebody from Ghana, you're always proud to see these things, particularly if you compare ourselves to some other sub-Saharan African countries where things are quite different. So one of the things, although I've not voted for election for the last 20 years or so, I always say, Ghana's election is like tossing a coin. You can toss a coin and see, well, it could be this one winning or that one winning, which is quite exciting to see anyway. I think the next stakeholder that I want to talk about is judiciary. I think to be able to develop and sustain a good corporate governance environment, you definitely need a strong judiciary, which is obviously that maintains rule of law. I'm not a lawyer, but respect for private enterprise and property right, protection of minority interests and rights, particularly if you want to, the attraction of foreign direct investment and protection of foreign direct minority interests. It's particularly important if you're going to be able to do that. The ability to pass impartial judgments and also, more importantly, enforcement of the judgments. It's certainly going to be critical in terms of our ability to attract not just foreign capital, but also local diaspora type capital, which are all equally important in this particular space. I think here there could be a perception, in terms of my own reflection, perception of some sort of partiality. I don't think there is evidence, but there's perception of partiality and so on. And perhaps the challenge we have is not unique, but perhaps sometimes exacerbated by the political divide, is the appointment process of people into these kind of roles maybe sometimes politicized, and therefore perceptions, they always kind of continues as to the levels of impartiality. But generally, you have really strong judiciary to support that rule of law. Now, I think my next really bodies are the supporting prosecuting agencies. So these are, if you want to ensure that you have the rule of law, then you want the due process to be followed. You want independent investigations. You want not just only by the state bodies or litigating parties, but also by civil society. You should have opportunities to refer what they believe to be breaches of governance standards and of the law to state bodies that are assigned to do so. So the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, the economic and organized crime, obviously it has office. It has reform over the years, have been there since 1992, doing so. The new office of the special prosecutor should play a central role in delivering that good governance environment, that confidence in institutions and processes and procedures, that there's a rule of law, and people are willing, definitely, certainly, will have confidence to invest and create and nurture the businesses, the small businesses, the big businesses that are required to support a really vibrant private and public sector in order to deliver the vision. I think the challenge for these institutions is sometimes the appointment process, similar to the judiciary type institutions. It's sometimes politicized, and so with all the good intentions that the occupants of these offices and the staff may have, sometimes they may be perceived as impartial or not being partial and so on. So that can sometimes impair their effectiveness. And nevertheless, I think these are core institutions that we ought to maintain in order to have a really good corporate governance that will support the private sector. I think my next group, I think probably the next group of institutions that I think I've still got the government type stakeholder. I think after this, probably I'm moving to the private sector institutions, stakeholders. Now, the Ghana Audit Service certainly is it's a major institution with particularly a financial audit and verification of records, performance of verification of financial reports, but increasingly, and I have been following this particular organization closely, and I have to say I have a paper actually that's going through peer review process on it, and it's particular performance and value for money audits. I have seen, for example, over the last 2 or 3 years, this institution really enforcing and performing its role through identification, through its performance, particularly the performance audits. It has always done financial audits, but it's doing really good job on performance audits and value for money audits, and identification of loopholes and weaknesses within particularly the public sector agencies, and critically making recommendations for example, for prosecutions and so on, which is really, in my view, important in terms of going forward in our ability to maintain really a strong, good governance framework and culture. I think these are that's kind of my government type institutions that are stakeholders that I talked about. I'm going to now talk about private sector institutions, and I think it's just appropriate that I start with the IoD-Gh, Institute of Directors Ghana. I think your core business obviously is promotion of good governance, and I think that one of the advantages as IoD-Gh is that you are a non-political organization. You have wide range, a broad range of membership that cuts across political divide, that cuts across public sector, private sector agencies, that cuts across size, micro businesses, large businesses, and small businesses. And so that gives you a unique advantage in driving this governance and agenda, which is of your core business and core mission. And so I would say development of a Ghana national code of corporate governance is certainly something that the IoD Ghana can do. And I think you have a lot to learn from Zimbabwe, Lesotho, and other bodies in IoDs in Africa, but particularly in the Southern African IoD, which has been the key driver of one of the most successful, perhaps, arguably the most successful governance reforms in the world. Some may disagree with me, but the King Codes, for example, were reflective of the context and the South African business context, South African values and culture, and so on. And because of that, really help in addressing. I think there's still a long way to go within South Africa, having been there a couple of times, but has helped transform the economy, transform society. And I think there's opportunity to do that. And I would say, my next slide, I'll say a little bit about that again. And then subsequently maintaining that. I think you already do excellent training and mentoring programs. Of course, perhaps the next step maybe we're already there. It's charterships, the chartership of directors. Directors getting being chartered. That director, I think, perhaps could be a next layer to look at your code of conduct, and crucially enforcing the code of conduct, and really rigorously. And when members breach codes, disciplined or dismissed or removed if necessary. All of that, I think, certainly will be crucial in developing and sustaining a good corporate governance environment. Now, but actually, I will make a particular case for the development of the need for IoD Ghana to champion and lead the development of a national corporate governance code, which I think will have a number of advantages, partly because IoD, that is a core mission of IoD. And a national corporate governance code, perhaps, what will it do? Well, it will provide a shared purpose for all types of businesses and corporations and organizations, whether small, whether micro businesses, whether small and medium-sized businesses, or whether they're large enterprises, or whether they're public sector organizations or state entities. But that code ought to be reflective of the Ghanaian business context, Ghanaian culture and values. So Ghanaian business context, a context of large informal sector, large macro and small businesses. I'm thinking about not just the companies, manufacturing and so on, the large banks and so on, but I'm also thinking about the small business, the market women, Makla market, Mankansi market, the Tichima market, the Kumasi market, things like that, or Kantamanto market, whatever that it might be. All those thinking about a governance model that reflects all these kind of context and culture, our collectivist culture and values and so on and so forth. But a national code will unify or harmonize, recognize the many existing codes, the Bank of Ghana directive, the Ghana Stock Exchange guidelines, and many others that are ongoing or that are already there. It can also consolidate the relevant sections of the Companies Act, which obviously the 2019 one, and so on. So there is a good argument for IoD to be involved. I think it will overall be a major legacy for IoD to be engaged in that. And I think also that it will require support, all of us, providing our administrative or financial support in order for that vision to be realized, and we are really delighted, and hopefully we'll be able to support that. Now, I think the next institution that private sector institution that I would like to talk about, Mr. CEO, if you can go to the next one, if possible. Okay, great. I think it's you, directors. I apologize, I should remember that. It's you, the directors. And I think what I want to talk about two things. One is your fiduciary duty. Obviously, the duty to operate in the best interest of the companies that you serve. The duty not to avoid conflict of interest. The duty not to profit, unreasonably from your position as directors. But more importantly is your duty to advise and monitor, support the senior management team, to support the executives, advise them, support them to do well in terms of decision making, in terms of understanding the broader business environment, but also to challenge them where there are breaches or where there are issues, and to blow the whistle or even resign, because ultimately all of these actions and inactions will ultimately lead to an improvement, because the evidence would tell us that ultimately lead to improvement in the governance standards, improvement in the development of private businesses and public businesses, which will hopefully ultimately lead to the delivery of the Ghana Beyond 8 vision. The next stakeholder that I want to talk about is the broader, larger private sector. And I think I've already made a bit of a mention about these bodies. So the Association of Ghana Industries, a large body with large membership, small businesses, large, micro businesses, and so on and so forth, small, large businesses as well, and the Ghana Union of Traders Association, GUTA, which has some of the it occupies some of the largest informal sectors, if you will mind, the importers, but also the market women and the traders and so on and so forth. All of this, they have a role to play. When you have I'm sure they have a governance code, they might encourage, endorse, promote these good governance practices. They may play advocacy role, just like the IoD does, but also help facilitate trading both locally and internationally, providing platform for trading. And more importantly, providing the kind of support, the kind of training, the kind of mentoring, the kind of networking that IoD, for example, provide for its membership. All of this, I believe, will help support the good governance agenda, developing the good governance culture, and so on. Mr. CEO, now I think I'm going to go through a series of professionals. So the accountants, not by coincidence, I'm starting with the accountants, but also I'll talk about the lawyers and also the I've got the accountants, the lawyers, and who else that I've got, perhaps the business schools and so on. We'll get there. Now, so in terms of the accountants, I think the Institute of Chartered Accountants, Ghana, ICA Ghana has a huge role to play. Obviously, they are providing training. They have, through the ICA Ghana College, which is great. They have to and hope to maintain standards, particularly in terms of competencies, integrity, and excellence, or to maintain the code of conduct, but also enforce the code of conduct, discipline, and ultimately provide a credible financial report and auditing reports, which will build investor confidence, both domestic investor confidence, but also international investor confidence, which, as you may all know, will provide the source of finance and for private enterprises and private business, and so on and so forth, to be successful. The bankers, I think that's the one that I forgot. So the bankers, and I think I will not spend too much time, but primarily I would expect the Institute of Chartered Institute of Bankers Ghana to perform similar role to the accountants. So, Mr. CEO, you can go to the next slide, which is also about the lawyers. I would again expect them to perform similar role here. I think I recognize that there has been a bit particularly heated debate in Ghana about the role of the Ghana School of Law and its future as the provider of professional legal education in Ghana. And I think I follow with keen interest some of the debate going on within civil society, but also in Parliament. But generally, I expect them to provide the appropriate training, maintain standards, and critically enforce a code of conduct and discipline, thereby providing a trustworthy legal service in Ghana. And that will be a key part of that. Now, the business schools. I think the business schools, like my school, they have a key role to play. And here, my view is that they're doing a certainly good job, but perhaps they can go on further to ensure that the content, the curricula reflects really Ghanaian business context, the values, and the many small businesses that we have, the huge informal sector that we have, our collectivist attitude in business transactions and so on, ought to be reflected in the content. And that the graduates that come out really meet the needs of the business world, of the public sector institutions, and that can be done through co-creation, collaboration, and through placements, internships, startups, and so on and so forth. And then one of the key areas I think I'm excited to see is the whole idea of industrial revolution, the fourth industrial revolution around information technology and IT skills, which is also a key agenda of the current government and previous governments as well. And so all of that, you want to see business schools in Ghana, developing and graduating students with all these kind of skills who are ready to really take on the sector, the private and public sector jobs, and contribute, but also create their own. I think I'm going to the next series of stakeholders are going to be the regulatory institutions, primarily the Bank of Ghana, already doing quite a huge job over the last 2 or 3 years, has seen substantial reform, particularly around the financial banks and deposit-taking institutions, and all with a view of ensuring stability of the financial system that hopefully will lead to generation of economic growth and creation of wealth and jobs for the people and improving the lives of people. What will be very particularly interesting and important is the Bank of Ghana endorsing the National Corporate Governance Code when it's successful. For example, the Reserve Bank of South Africa endorses that, and endorsement was critical. And so that's going to be very important, and doing the same thing here. Licensing and particularly, doing a good due process, going through a due process in terms of licensing deposit-taking institutions, and to ensure that they are credible and they will be able to, they're viable and they can survive. Monitoring, supervision, enforcement, I think it's particularly important. And with respect to the financial institutions, what we have seen, it was ownership structures that were quite dominant, and the checks and the role of directors in ensuring, putting in the checks and balances of dominant owners of banks, probably weak. And so there are lessons to be learned here in terms of doing so. I think the next regulatory body is the Securities Exchange Commission, which is very similar. Ultimately, it ought to ensure a very fair, transparent and efficient security markets. And you can do so through licensing, doing, due process, going through due process through licensing of whether it's brokerage firms or whether it is securities exchanges or commodities exchanges. I think it will be interesting to see in future competition in the securities market. For example, I would like to see competition against the Ghana Stock Exchange, for example, or the commodity market and so on, encouraging that. But their endorsement of a national corporate governance code is particularly going to be central in developing and sustaining a good corporate governance environment. The discipline and enforcement, I think, is also going to be important in terms of discipline, misconduct, and enforcing and doing so. Removing licenses, canceling licenses, and so on and so forth is going to be important. I think the securities market, basically the commodities, Ghana Commodities Exchange and the Ghana Stock Exchange, role obviously providing platform for trading, that they have always done that. Their endorsement of good corporate governance standard, appending it to the, one of the key lessons from South Africa, for example, was that the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, the GSC Limited, appended the National Corporate Governance Code to as part of the listing requirements of firms. And so, although it was a voluntary effort, ultimately became mandatory, and that meant that the code gained legitimacy, and in the process, engagement with it was quite greater, and ultimately leading to some significant improvement and changes in there. I think, again, the same messages of discipline and enforcement is key for these bodies. I think I'm about to finish now. I think my next one is the media and civil society. We have many media. I think the vibrant media landscape, both private and public, sector landscape. Stakeholder ones, the Ghana television, radio, and all of them, and increasingly social media ones, which are quite dominant now, probably more than the traditional media. The print media is there, and then the advocacy group, Imani, civil society, and so on. They ought to challenge and expose inappropriate behavior and bad governance. They ought to help educate us, inform us. They ought to also monitor, but also offer alternatives, not just criticize, but offer alternatives, constructive criticism by offering credible alternatives which can be engaged with, promote and reward, creating awards and so on. But more importantly, I think this is quite challenging, because for themselves to be accountable and transparent, and to open themselves to be responsible, and open themselves to accountability and responsibility themselves, I think is going to be critical in delivering that. Yes, so I think that is probably a very rapid overview of what the stakeholders might be. I'm sure I might have, as I said, I have missed one or two or a couple of stakeholders for which I apologize. But in conclusion, what I will say is that clearly Ghana has world-class governance architecture of stakeholders who can drive good governance that will underpin world-class corporate world, business world, public sector, that will generate jobs, generate wealth, create jobs, opportunity for all, and for the benefit of all. Nevertheless, I think the challenge generally that I see is that of implementation, is that of compliance, is that of discipline and enforcement. I think that is one of the challenges we have, and one of the, certainly that's one place we can all improve, and if you in order to deliver on that agenda. The other issue is interdependencies. So you can see that there are regulatory bodies, there are stakeholders, there are government stakeholders, there are private sector ones, there are civil society and media. Each one of them on their own will not be able to deliver the Ghana Beyond Aid vision that we all want. But working together, they will be able to do so. So, for example, the civil society will not be able to operate in an environment of intimidation and so on. They will be able to operate in an environment of freedom of expression, free press, and so on and so forth. And equally, impartial judiciary and so on will be keen to the capital markets thriving if they are able to attract international capital and so on. So I don't want to take too much time. The business schools and the professional bodies ought to be able to produce the graduates who will be able to fit in this particular business environment, either as entrepreneurs starting their own businesses and so on, or working in the public or private sector and so on. So these interdependencies are critical if the synergies and the optimization required in order to deliver these outcomes are. And I think if we are able to do that and deliver the synergies, then my view is that we will be able to realize the Ghana Beyond Aid dream. And I think pretty much that's my my conclusion. And I think hopefully we can open the floor for comments and discussion and so on. I just want to say my last thing is just say thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Collins. Proudly Ghanaian, passionately driving Ghana Beyond Aid. We are very grateful for the rich insights. I recall some principles of appreciative inquiry and some assumptions that are being held. It says, when you want to journey into the future, you need to take parts of the past along. And in taking along some parts of the past, we take the best of the parts. On this note, I am glad Prof. Ntim suggested that Ghana has world-class governance architecture of stakeholders. Now, the question is, are we going to be talkers and not doers? Now, all hands on deck. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another session, an opportunity for dialoguing, jojoing, as we prepare, especially for our National Governance Code, moving Ghana beyond aid. Thank you very much. Online with us is Mr. President, who is very passionate, and the driver-in-chief sitting on the seat to make this happen. Mr. President, may we start off from you?
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Collins. That was a very, very mind-blowing overview of stakeholder inclusiveness and stakeholder groups and stakeholder process, and outlining stakeholder considerations and all the related issues regarding the journey to enhance good corporate governance, including the development of a national code for Ghana. That was mind-blowing. In fact, I didn't know you were going to take us through that journey at all. And this is really, really revealing and a good foundation for us to take off as far as the national projects, corporate governance is concerned. Very, very insightful. I would look forward to active stakeholder participation and involvement in the journey. Indeed, this journey is supposed to be an inclusive journey for us to gain ownership and the appropriate commitment from all stakeholders. And I'm excited that you have laid the foundation and we'll take it forward from there. I thank you very much for that overview. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm always grateful for the opportunity to work with you and with the team and the driving force. The driving, I think Mrs. Angela was right. The driving, you've been the driving force behind this. I think the missing. I'm much younger, but I struggle to keep pace. So that is very impressive, and I think that's what we need, and I would say, in order to realize the vision, the Ghana Beyond Aid vision, which is a vision of wealth creation for all, in Ghana, where everyone has opportunity, and all of us can come home. So say hiding here with this, now maybe 10 degrees or 9 degrees. Very cool.
Actually, Ghana is ready for you for being away for almost 20 years. By the time you come home, to deploy your rich experience to support the development agenda.
Thank you.
That was very mind-boggling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Prof. I will take some comments from the chat spaces. So from Prince Amuzu, Prince says, thanks for the presentation and hoping that the stakeholders will play their roles to see the Ghana we all dream for. Thank you very much, Prince. All hands now on deck. May we have some other comments from Prof. Dr. Kwame Ejay. Thank you, Madam. I would like to know, that is for a previous session. Thank you very much. Sorry, I apologize for that. That is from Dr. Ejay. It was for a previous session. May we have your comments, ladies and gentlemen? Our plates are full. We've had a very hot race. It's been a heated race. Yes, Mr. Aite, your comments.
I must say that I think Mr. President has summarized that. I mean, I really was very much impressed with the way, the journey and that Professor Collins Ntim took us through. And earlier on today, we've had some conversations regarding what institutions also can do. And so as he took us through the journey of stakeholders, what really can do to turn things around in terms of Ghana Beyond Aid agenda, I think it's very clear that we have all these stakeholders at play, and that when we go along the journey of inclusiveness and all of us come on board, really we will be able to do our part. And so it was very insightful, Professor Collins, along the journey he took us. And as we know, this is kind of capacity building session. And so as directors or as senior managers, wherever we find ourselves, we need to know the stakeholders within the space so that we can reach out accordingly to ensure that in a very synergistic way, right, we can all sort of work together to achieve a maximum impact. At the end of the day, I think we've got to look at the outcomes that we expect to have, the impact that we want to have, not only on the current generation, but also on the future generation. What legacy will we be leaving for them? And that as stakeholders, is very important that we appreciate the role that we play and who are the operators in the space. Thank you very much, Prof. Collins. It has been very educative and insightful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siro. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aite. I see the hand of Isaac Ajinboni. Isaac, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Lady Reverend and Vice President. Happy to get the floor. I just want to take the thoughts of Prof. Ntim. In Ghana, most of the time, corporate governance, we have the acts that establish these institutions.
Yeah.
And these acts always have some guidelines for corporate governance. For example, most of them have the CEO still being the secretary to the board. And sometimes you have committees that are formed. Sometimes some of them do not have the executive board members on the board. Yeah. All the board members are independent from outside. Therefore, when they form these committees, sometimes the independent members or the board members want to come into the institution to at least to do the day-to-day running. You have places where chairman of the board has an office in the organization is giving a car, an official vehicle, fuel here and there. I don't know. But some of these things are really worrying us in the system. What is happening where you are, and what are some of the things you can share, how we can change this situation in Ghana? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isaac Bonia. All the issues that you have raised, I think reflective of the Ghanaian context. And I think we don't need to go far in terms of the recent banking crisis, the financial crisis, the collapse of particularly the indigenous Ghanaian banks, and that is where perhaps the point you're making becomes much more relevant. So here are some of the challenges. I think obviously in the UK, the way the structure is set up, you typically have, for most of the big corporations, will have role separation. The CEO, typically 99% of companies operating, large companies listed particularly, will have the CEO role separated from the chair. You have a majority of independent directors, not even non-executive. There's a difference between non-executive directors and independent directors. You can be a non-executive director with substantial ownership, but an independent director typically will have less ownership, and all of that process really ensure checks and balances. But in Ghana, I think the Ghanaian situation, our business context is different. Capital is concentrated. And so the capital tend to be, the particular local capital tends to be in the hands of a relatively small group of people. And of course, they set up the businesses, and that's all very good. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem, though, is the issues that you raise. So the owner appoints board, pretty much most of the board members. Perhaps the evidence from the crisis show that a lot of them related and so on, or even directors did not really look at, perform their roles effectively. They probably did not perform the effective oversight. Now, my view of all of this is that we need to look at these structures carefully and design corporate governance structures that are able to maintain the capital structure that we have, which is coming from one person or a few people, but yet there will be enough sufficient checks and balances that will have that. So we could recommend that even where you have a chair who has a substantial ownership in the firm, for example, he or she may still be a chairperson, but you may have an independent deputy chairperson, for example. This is what South Africa did. South Africa, learning from South Africa. This is what South Africa did for some of the close-held businesses. So post-apartheid, South African businesses were largely concentrated in a few minority white people's hands. And of course, you could have just said, well, they should give up the role. And if they did, well, one of the consequences may be that they have been the drivers of the firm to date and the value creation to date. And so by leaving the scene, the firm might collapse, for example. And so what they did was to create a deputy independent director chair, deputy independent chair role for somebody who is genuinely outside to come in and who, of course, perform the role. We can do things like that. I think the role of the auditors, the accountants and the auditors particularly, could, in some cases, perhaps could have been better. I mean, in some cases, the capital that we're particularly, talking about the banks in particular, the capital, the approval process, the license securing process, were fraught with some challenges. I think we can do, you can look at all of these carefully and try to look for Ghanaian solutions, which will still help us to develop with our business context, which is still capital, with a concentration of capital, but then have building structures that allow checks and balances to prevent some of these abuses that you have discussed. Now, what you would like to see is if a chair is abusing the role, it's not supposed to be, having offices and so on. and you are a director, for example, and you have raised this issue and you know it's not being adhered to, we can blow the whistle, because we know in one of the cases of the banks, I know for a fact that somebody blew the whistle to the Bank of Ghana, for example. Or you can resign to demonstrate that you're not happy with this. And over time, these will bring about differences. So my answer to this is a very complicated one. But my answer is that we need to look carefully at our environment and context and design controls that will help to reduce the abuses and thereby allow businesses to operate and be successful. It's sad that we've lost all the indigenous banks, for example. It's really sad. I would like to see them operate. But obviously we should have had the checks and balances in place. And that did not happen. So yeah, hopefully a long answer, but I hope you can see where I'm kind of pointing towards. Thank you. Thank you, Isaac.
Thank you very much, Prof. May I know if Peter Obin-Koranting has some thoughts to share? Peter Obin-Koranting.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, I just wanted to add on to what the last speaker just said, that it would be good if we came up with something that is akin to our local conditions. What I'd like to add is that the last but two speakers, the last speaker said that you can resign if you feel that certain things happening, do not sit well with you, the codes and everything. And I think we should document these resignations. Let me use that for want of a better word. That when something happens, we document it, because then it becomes a basis for legislation later on, so that we are not just saying things that let's do this, let's do that, but we are saying let's do this, let's do that, based on something that has happened. The Western world didn't get to where it was overnight. They made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
But the difference is that they build on their mistakes. They document it and make sure that future decisions are based on evidence, or evidence for that matter, so that those things, at least those mistakes, will never happen again. But in that case, I'm surprised that somebody comes up, says that we should do this, that. You ask, what's the basis for saying this? And maybe just one or two cases. And that would not be enough, to carry us forward.
Yeah.
So I think this is where the Institute can play a role by documenting all such incidents and making sure that when later on you are speaking with some documentation to show that this is the reason why I'm saying this. Because I've also been around a little, and I think this would help us, because what I've noticed is that the countries that are where they are got there with based on correcting the mistakes that they had made. So this is what I'd like to add to it, that we should, as an institution, or as the IoD, should have this kind of documentation that it will use to support any legislation that will be passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you very much. As we hope to journey into the future, bringing all on board, we need to be mindful of the sensibility of others, learning from history, and then being tolerant, and most especially being mindful of the context and contextualizing issues. There's a hand up. Bernice Ishen, may we hear from you?
Thank you very much, Ramin. I'm taking it from the speaker's last point, whereby we need to look at certain structures and codes in the institutions, whereby some of these issues, when they wear their heads, like directors not complying, having chairmen, having officers in the institutions, and then all that. I'm also looking at a situation whereby the institute could also look at the performance appraisals of the SOEs, MMDCs, and then all that. I don't know, but is it possible to have some of our questions, relevant questions, with respect to these issues in the performance appraisals, the yearly performance appraisals of these SOEs, MMDCs, whereby if we realize that they are faulting or they've gone contrary to the laid down ethical processes and procedures, they are documented. Probably sanctions could also be meted out based on these documentation, because if you have, let's say, an institution appointing a chairman who has flouted the regulation by setting up an office, interfering in executive matters, he kind of virtually every day it's worrying management and then all that. Then it comes to the appraisal, the yearly appraisal. Could we ask questions? Who the chairman is, his performance, and it should be independent. What are some of the issues that we believe have gone wrong? Probably he's interfering, he has an office, he's worrying CEO. Most of our ethical issues, could we imbibe them in the performance appraisals that have been prepared for these institutions yearly? So the IoD can also have a database and then use as a check in regulating some of these matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernice. Interestingly, yesterday's presentation provided some insights to your question. Honorable Stephen Asamoah-Boateng dealt with this. And rest assured, there is collaborative effort to ensure that the right things are done, clear separation of powers, conflicts of interests, and most especially appraisals. And this is going to be done collaboratively. So rest assured. Thank you.
Thank you.
May we have some other comments? Okay, so from Jonas Ayukwe, the creation of chairman for SOEs makes it necessary for chairmen to have officers because they have to sign checks, making it more of a quasi-permanent job. That is from Jonas Ayukwe.
Okay.
Some food for thoughts.
Yeah, so that's very interesting in terms of the I guess I'm less clear about the context, so apologies, but I guess this is a new state enterprises kind of sector. But then again, what I would say is that there is nothing like this is wrong or right. I think it is whether it is appropriate and it will be effective. What are the checks? What are the balances and so on? Surely, chairman shouldn't be signing checks, and sign of checks shouldn't be necessarily a chairman's role. So if a chairman or chairperson is signing checks, then they raise the questions, and what can we do as directors, whether we are serving in public sector organizations, or which is in this case common, or we are serving in public sector organizations, and hopefully a national operate some of these things and take this into account when developing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I believe Jonas Ayukwe has a hand up. Jonas, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you very much, Prof. You rightly said it. This has been an issue for me for a long time. Most of the enabling acts setting up, for instance, the NPA, the audit service, and other government parastatals require that the chairman be signatory to the accounts. And the chairman has made it necessary for themselves to be signing all checks. So in such a situation, they become part of the executive. And I have throughout my career, I worked in the private sector. And it's very, very is something that I don't know how it came up. Maybe they are copying a practice in some other jurisdiction. That is why I don't understand it. But that is actually what pertains. And it is one of the things that we need to look at. And secondly, recently, I subjected myself to a postgraduate degree in one of the universities in Ghana. And the way they teach ethics is different from an experience I had in the United States. The ethics basically for master's level students, and we have emphasized that they even teach ethics in bachelor's level. It should be automatic part of the curriculum. Okay, the way they teach is more of theory. Types of ethics, history of ethics, this and that. That is not what the business requires. And if you go outside, like I said, I had in the United States, you see practical, they put you into test cases and stuff like that to build the mind.
Yeah.
But when you are teaching history of ethics, types of ethics, and all those kind of things, what is it in practical life?
Agreed.
So even the curriculum in our graduate institutions and even undergraduate, if it is the same, must have a total complete overhaul. These are two things I thought I should contribute at this level. Thank you very much.
Spot on. And interestingly, I see the hand of Professor John Bright Komla Aheto raised. Professor John Bright Komla Aheto is the chair of the Education, Capacity Building and Research Committee of the Institute of Directors Ghana, and he will have the opportunity to address his concern and also give Mr. Ayikwe Ayi some assurance about what is being done by the Institute to bridge this gap. We have found a disconnect between academia and industry, and this committee is on top of that game. Thank you very much, Professor John Bright Komla Aheto. You have the floor.
Thank you, Lady Reverend. You have actually, your last sentence has taken the fire out of what I want to say. I very much appreciate the presentations, the various stakeholders that we discuss. Very often, when we academicians, we are talking, people just look at us as that is just theory. They think we are only talking theory. And as the professor said, we can teach theories from a practical point of view. And that is one thing that is lacking in Ghana. Business cases.
Yep.
I'm here to see a university in Ghana which engages business case as opposed to thesis. Business case where you put students together, give them a case with all kinds of these theories, but involving ethics, serious ethical issues. And I am waiting for Prof to come back. I will still be alive when he comes back, and we'll see how we can actually change a lot of things. Another issue that I think we need to look at is the human resource element, the human resource aspect of everything that we do in these institutions. Every institution is run by human beings. It depends upon the mentality of the person who is at the top. We can put people there, but their mentality is not about good corporate governance. These are issues we have to deal with. And when we were talking about the youth, I think we are living in dream world. I teach graduate school, and I'm always surprised when ethical issues come up, and I'm expecting the youth who are in the class to actually see things from my point of view, but invariably, I just lose faith and hope in them. I cannot depend on them to be of any change in the future in the way that we want to. Their answers, their contributions are just way off base, and they don't see anything wrong with what is happening in the system, endemically wrong in the system. We need to have a different line of thinking as to how we actually deal with our youth. If we really have to get them in line with us to see things from our point of view, they are actually lost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Prof. Ntim, you have some comments?
I wanted to say something. First of all, let me admit that Professor John Aheto taught me at the University of Ghana. I was a student, and I know him. Obviously, those days were large numbers. I don't think he remembers me, but I was very much inspired by his principles, particularly timeliness. You can't be late to Professor Aheto's lecture, right? I mean, even if it's 8 o'clock in the morning. And his knowledge and depth and insights, and I think he inspired many of us. There is a large generation of people like me, both at the University of Ghana in particular, but also all over the world, that are like me. So, Prof, thank you very much. I'm delighted to see that you're still driving Ghana forward like this. So well done.
Thank you.
I couldn't have more than disagree with what you've said, and I look forward to collaborating and working with you and IoD-Gh and everyone to take this forward. And I mean, I share fully what you've said. I can't add anything to it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm waiting for you.
Thank you very much. I see the hand of Peter. Peter, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Sorry, I missed yesterday's session, but we're talking about the roles or the influence of board chairmen in SOEs and other institutions in the day-to-day management. And I have this question to pose. Maybe the Prof. Aheto and Prof. Ntim can assist. Why is it that in Ghana, one person appoints the chairman of SOEs and the same person appoints the board directors or the board members? So who are the board members reporting to the CEO, let's say the CEO of the state SOEs? Who do they owe allegiance to? Do they owe allegiance to the board or do they owe allegiance to the person who appoints them? That's the president. I think that there should be some kind of delineation between these appointing processes so that one person can influence some sort of control and be responsible for certain actions that are being taken. Otherwise, it will be difficult, to disentangle these positions and their roles that they play in the day-to-day management of the institutions. So I think there's an issue there. Maybe not for today, but the IoD is something that the IoD can take up and address it, because the law allows this thing to be done. So at the end of the day, if this is what the law allows to be done, is it a law that has to be changed or what? And I think for long-term purposes, something should be done about this thing if we are to create the kind of environment where people are responsible for what they do, and that they cannot point fingers at other persons because they appointed me, or you can have the chief executive of an SOE, disobeying the board because he wasn't appointed by the board, and the board doesn't have any control over him. I mean, these things happen. Let us not, close our minds to it. And these are some of the problems that the SOEs are facing, because you can have a very good, like Prof was saying, you can have a very good chief executive of an SOE, but he's toothless because the chairman signs a check, and the chairman can decide that, look, this project you want to execute, no way, and it ends there. So I think the institute is something that the institute can take on, and Prof, over time, these things can be corrected. But before I end up, I'd like to give my personal experience. I worked with a multinational. That's the last place I worked. And every year, every staff member has to write an exam on code of conduct and ethics. I mean, you would have to do it, and you are given a pass mark or a fail mark. so that these things are not sitting somewhere, like Prof was saying. The laws are not sitting somewhere, and what you're doing is also sitting somewhere. But it becomes a day-to-day part of your day-to-day activities. You know, it is embedded in your processes and everything. I think when we drive towards that angle, we can relate, or we can put the two things together, the theory and the practice together more and more, you know, as time goes on. Obviously, it wouldn't happen overnight. Like I said earlier on, where the Western world has reached, they didn't reach there overnight. So, but the longest journey begins with the first step. And I think the IoD can take this big jump and, you know, drive the nation towards that path. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Reverend.
Peter. Yes,
Very Reverend.
Prof. Yes, Prof, you have the floor.
If you give my friend comfort,
yes,
we need to let him know that the president of IoD Ghana, with a few people, have made the president of Ghana twice already on this particular issue to sell the idea that it is completely wrong for one person to appoint both the CEO and the board. He agreed. He said it will take time, but it's something that he has agreed that they work with. Our president has taken this on as a fight, and he's going to fight it to the very end.
Thank you very much, Prof. And so to provide further reassurance to Peter, IoD is on this path. And the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has opened his ears to us. Thank you very much. May we have a couple more comments as we bring the curtain down on this segment. We would also like to hear from the President of the Institute of Directors Ghana before we finally draw the curtains down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lady Reverend. Let me just add to what Professor Heto has said about the President of the Republic's response to the call for decoupling the selection of board members, or otherwise appointing board members, and their appointment of CEOs of organizations. The President agrees that yes, that is something that must be done to that, but it is a legislative issue. This is enshrined in the law, in some of the statutes, and so it gives the President that power to do what we are doing, even though it infringes on good corporate governance. But by law, that is what the law is at the moment. It will take our collective efforts to advocate for this decoupling. Indeed, the President indicated that there are also some political considerations. And, you know, as politicians, it's good to know who they're putting in charge of organizations so as to ensure they deliver according to their expectations. Therefore, this journey will need a collective effort, a collective synergy. I think we need a synergy. Everybody speaking the same language, the media and all stakeholders speaking about this to ensure that we get the right appropriate, the appropriate attention to see these manifest. Thank you very much. It's been a very, very good session. So far, so good, very engaging, and we look forward to the third round. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So on this note, a big thank you and kudos to Professor Collins and team for giving us some insights into how we can leverage on our strengths to pull traction as we move Ghana beyond aid. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. On this note, we bring this session to an end. We have a 30-minute slot to refresh and to re-engage.
Thank you.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you back to the third session of our program for today, capacity building sessions, Directors Week celebration. And very soon, it will be the Directors Conference. At this stage, I would want to hand over the baton to the Vice President of the Institute of Directors, Ghana, Lady Reverend Mrs. Angela Kamenapia, who has been our moderator for today. Madam, thank you very much, and a handover. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ite. And so, for the third session, for this afternoon's relay, we have Dr. Ebenezer Ebun-Sornaya, Board Chairman, Ebenezer Associate Consulting on Health Limited, Nigeria, also former Chair for IoD, Center for Corporate Governance, Nigeria. And Dr. Ebenezer Sornaya will be taking us on director's responsibility in promoting ethical practice, leadership, and good governance. Dr. Ebenezer Sornaya will be introduced by Mr. Ite. Mr. Ite, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Once again, I have the singular honor to introduce to you Dr. Ebenezer Ebun-Sornaya. Dr. Ebun-Sornaya is a medical practitioner and a businessman, founder and medical director of Avenue Medical Center. He's also the founding president, Guild of Medical Directors, a body of medical director owners of their practices. In fact, indeed, he still remains the chairman for the board of trustees of the Guild of Medical Directors. He served on a number of federal and state-owned federal Ministry of Health. Ebun-Sornaya is also a member of the National Committee on the Introduction of the National Health Insurance in Nigeria in 1988. He's a co-founder of the first health insurance company in Nigeria in 1997 and retired after the Pioneer Insurance Company was also acquired by the South African company. Indeed, Dr. Ebun-Sornaya has been a member of the Institute of Directors Nigeria since 1994. He's a fellow and elected distinguished fellow of the Institute of Directors Nigeria. He served on numerous boards, especially in areas of health, banking sectors. Indeed, we are honored to have today Dr. Ebenezer Ebun-Sornaya to share his insights when it comes to directors' responsibility in promoting ethical practice, leadership, and good corporate governance. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Dr. Ebenezer Ebun-Sornaya.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frederick. Yeah.
Doc, we are all ears. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Apia. You're looking very nice. Thank you. Chairman, President, Institute of Directors, Ghana, council members, distinguished fellows, and members of IoD Ghana, I'm very honored to have been invited to share my thoughts with you at this auspicious occasion, and I thank you for inviting me. Now we start here with the boardroom, and on in the picture there are chairs, which any one of us can fill. But then after that, if we may go to the next slide, we will then know that to be in that chair, we have to understand the role of the board. And the board role, simply put, in strategic planning and entails identifying priorities, establishing goals and objectives, finding resources and allocating funds to support the decisions that need to be made around strategic planning. The board is also responsible for monitoring the execution of the strategic plan. Next slide, please. General duties of company directors. They have to act with powers and to promote the success of the company, to exercise independent judgment, to exercise reasonable care, skill, and diligence, to avoid conflicts of interest, not to accept benefits from third parties, to declare interest in proposed transaction or arrangement. Of very great importance is ethics and ethical leadership. Ethical leadership means that individuals behave themselves according to a set of principles and values that are recognized by the majority as a sound basis for the common good. These include integrity, respect, trust, fairness, transparency, and honesty. Ethical leadership must be a conscious decision. An ethical leader demonstrates appropriate and professional behavior for his or her team. For instance, a leader who lies, avoids responsibility, or does as little as possible in his or her own job is not demonstrating ethical behavior. The team will not respect him or her. The principle of ethical leadership include honesty, justice, respect, community, and integrity. Next slide. Now, what are the traits of ethical leaders? An ethical leader is one that respects everyone equally. Respect is a vital element of ethical responsibility. Communicates openly. Leaders who have ethics need to excel at communication to make sure their organization is a place of trust and honesty. And manages stress effectively, because it could be a stressful journey being a director, and mediates fairly. Next slide, please. Role of board of directors from an ethical governance standpoint. They ensure that the company achieves its strategic objectives to enhance shareholder value and maintain the support of the company stakeholders to achieve those objectives. And they perform the role and duty through strict adherence to governance. Now, board of directors' area of focus, while establishing vision, mission, and values, will be setting strategy and structures, delegating authority and responsibility to management, exercising accountability to shareholders, and be responsible to all relevant stakeholders. Now, this responsibility, principles of corporate governance summarize the objectives of the board and provide a framework for the manner in which it functions and discharges its responsibilities. These principles support the board's aims of promoting strong, viable, competitive corporations that are in line with the group's core values of integrity, professionalism, customer focus, respect for the individual, and results orientation. The board oversight. Oversight including its control and accountability systems, appointing and removing the managing director, deputy managing director, and other executive director and senior management, formulation of policy, input into and final approval and management's development of corporate strategy and performance objectives, reviewing and ratifying systems of risk management and internal compliance and control, codes of conduct, and legal compliance, monitoring senior management's performance and implementation of strategy, and ensuring appropriate resources are available, approving and monitoring financial and other reporting, approving and monitoring the progress of major capital expenditure, capital management, and acquisitions and divestitures, approving credit facilities in excess of defined amount, particularly in the financial institutions, and updating and maintaining organizational rules and policies to keep in step with changes in the industry. This framework for management and oversight is designed to enable the board to provide strategic guidance and effective oversight of management and clarify the respective roles and responsibilities of the board members and senior executives in order to facilitate board and management accountability to both the company, its shareholders, and stakeholders, and to ensure a balance of authority, so that no single individual has unfettered powers. The structure of the board must ensure there is a balance of independence, diversity of skills, knowledge, experience, perspective, and gender among the directors. It should have a board of an experience, of effective composition, size, and commitment to adequately discharge its responsibilities and duties. The board should be structured in such a way that it has a proper understanding of and competence to deal with the current and emerging issues of the business, can effectively review and challenge the performance of management and exercise the independent judgment. Promote ethical and responsible decision-making. The board must ensure that the company promotes ethical and responsible decision-making and complies with all relevant policies, laws, regulations, codes of best practice, using ethics and operating principles. The ethics and operating principle address the following matters: conflict of interest, corporate opportunities, confidentiality, fair dealing, competition, protection of and use of company assets, compliance with laws and regulations, and encouraging the reporting of unlawful and unethical behavior. The board has a structure in place to independently verify and safeguard the integrity of the company's financial reporting, including the internal audit department headed by the chief internal auditor and the establishment, as required by law, of the audit committee to which the chief internal auditor reports. The existence of an independent audit committee is recognized internationally as an important feature of good corporate governance. The company's internal audit is also governed by a charter which sets out the roles and responsibilities of internal audit and the professional standards by which it is to be governed. The staff's authorities, organization, and emphasizes the independence of internal audit in the organizational structure. Audit committee is also guided and governed by its own terms of reference. The board shall promote timely and balanced disclosure of all material matters concerning the company. To achieve this, the company has to put in place structures designed to ensure compliance with the relevant legislation and to ensure accountability at senior management levels such that all investors have equal and timely access to material information, including its financial situation, performance, ownership, and governance. Announcements are factual and presented in a clear and balanced way. Balance requires disclosure of both positive and negative information. The board respects the rights of shareholders and facilitates the effective exercise of all those rights. To this end, the board has a responsibility for ensuring that a satisfactory dialogue with shareholders takes place. In furtherance of this responsibility, the board empowers the shareholders by communicating effectively, giving them ready access to balanced and understandable information, and making it easy for them to participate in general meetings. The board has a responsibility to review the adequacies and effectiveness of the company's risk management strategies and review and approve the company's risk management framework. To achieve this, the company must develop an enterprise risk management policy and a risk appetite statement that governs the manner in which the risk is managed. In addition, there could be company chief risk officer, CRO, as well as the Enterprise Risk Committee, ERC. The chief risk officer and the ERC make recommendations and the board approves accordingly. Its implementation. The risk appetite framework tolerates, limits, and mandates, taking into account the company's capital adequacy and external risk environment. Strategic or material transactions focusing on risk and implications for the risk appetite and the tolerance of the company. Oversight and maintenance of supportive risk culture through risk assessment, including risk assessment processes, identifying and managing risk, monitoring and understanding the risk profile of the company. Risk monitoring and reporting, including adequacy and effectiveness of the technology infrastructure. Risk management function. The board is committed to encouraging enhanced board and management effectiveness through the periodic performance, evaluation, and reviews. The board also ensures that directors and key executives are equipped with the knowledge and information they need to discharge their responsibilities effectively. Management is required to supply the board with information in form, time frame, and quality that will enable the board to discharge its duties and responsibilities. When needed, the board has access to the advice of both in-house counsel and company's external counsel and other independent professional advice where necessary. Remuneration. The board shall ensure that the level and composition of remuneration is sufficient and reasonable, and that its relationship to corporate and individual performance is defined. To achieve this, the company must adopt remuneration policies that attract and retain talented and motivated employees so as to encourage enhanced performance. It is important that there is a clear relationship between performance and remuneration. The company must design its remuneration policy in such a way that it motivates management to pursue the long-term growth and success, demonstrates a clear relationship between key executive performance and remuneration. The legitimate interests of stakeholders must be recognized. The company is subject to a number of legal requirements that affect the way business is conducted. These include contractual requirements, compliance, consumer protection, respect for privacy, employment law, occupational health and safety, equal employment opportunity, and environmental controls. In addition to its obligation to its stakeholders, the company has other obligations to non-state shareholders, such as employees, customers, and the community as a whole where the business is located. The board has a responsibility to set the tone and standards with respect to the corporate social responsibility, CSR, and to oversee adherence to this. The ethics and operating principles which state the value and policies of the company assist the board in this task and acts as a guide for employees and management in conducting business and general behavior. Here, my favorite sports, football. And what has football got to do with board? Well, football is a business administered by a group of people at board level, and at management level, the trainers and the team manager, and of course, the field people, the 11 people playing the football. Even there is governance. There is someone who wears the band, and that person controls the tempo and how the game goes. So even the board must work as a team and in its oversight and getting the management to go along with the strategic objectives. Next slide, please. Etiquette. The word etiquette comes from the French word estique, meaning to attach or stick. It describes the requirements of behaviors according to the conventions of society. It includes the proper conduct that is established by a community for various occasions, including ceremonies, court, formal events, board setting, and everyday life. Although people have become more casual in recent years, ladies and gentlemen, etiquette is not outdated. Code of conduct and behavior. Etiquette includes having a strong moral code of conduct. The basics include the following: personal space. Etiquette includes a wide range of behaviors, including kindness, consideration, elegance, style, and decorum. Here are some quick tips. Ask yourself if the behavior is kind, if your behavior is kind or generous before engaging in any act. Make sure you are putting others first, but without putting yourself down. Practice good etiquette so that it becomes or comes naturally and from the heart. And since etiquette varies from one society to another and periodically changes, continue to learn the new rules and follow them. Well, this blank, go back there. This blank space is talking about integrity and leading with integrity. And in this left-hand lower corner, you see the leadership in the center and a whole range of other things: strategy, humility, listening, principles, passion, values, integrity, all around it. Next slide, please. Here is the compass. Ethical leadership. We have to ask ourselves as leaders, while being honest, by playing, can we be successful as a leader, while being honest, by playing by the rules, while respecting the environment in which we operate, by making worker safety a top priority, by being a good neighbor in the community. These are sets of things that our moral compass, or the compass you see, should lead us and point us to. Next slide, please. Now, types of ethical issues and approaches. Now, looking at it from another way, ethics, involves all these directions and things that we need to do: the values, the dilemma, the right, the compliance, morals, wrong, benefit, choice, and a whole lot of these are embodied in ethical issues. How do you define ethical behavior? Is it by doing good? Is it by deliberately choosing the right over wrong? Is it by following accepted morals? Is it by demonstrating integrity, adhering to established principles, decency, a huge topic, being honest, acting in the best interest of others, doing what is fair, following your conscience, and acting responsibly? Next slide, please. Now, traditional theoretical ethical approaches, if you look at the ontology, a theory that suggests actions are good or bad according to a clear set of rules. Actions that obey these rules are ethical, while those that do not are not. Utilitarianism choose the action that will provide the greatest benefit to the greatest number of people. Virtue ethics act as though others are looking. A mirror test. Anytime you want to talk, anytime you want to act, your behavior, body, whatever, always be conscious or think, can others and are others looking? Social contracts. Am I fulfilling my obligation to contribute to the harmonious society or body in which I operate? Ethics of care. Benefit those individuals or groups who trust us the most: family, friends, employees, customers, and of course the vulnerable, not to talk of the members of the board. Codes of conduct. We all know, like me, I was trained as a doctor, I dabbled into business, but every profession, doctors, nurses, lawyers, engineers, teachers, financial advisors, morticians, accountants, real estate agents, journalists, sales professionals, name it. They all have their codes of conduct. As a doctor, the first thing is do no harm. At least if you do no harm to the patient, you're home. You're good. Maybe as nurses. I don't know about lawyers, but I do know that they have codes of conduct. But I often wonder, since lawyers can be for and against for at one time and against the other time, but I'm sure they do have code of conduct. Next slide, please. Ethics and leadership, if we do not follow it, can lead to tragedy. What I'm trying to say here is there are three not too far away, and I have long examples which I don't want to bore you with like Wells Fargo Bank, whose CEO, in his quest to increasing deposits and so on, impressing the board, encouraged staff to open accounts unsolicited for customers. And virtual boost the account of the balance sheet of the bank, Wells Fargo. It was of course caught, and of course it was fined. The company was fined $3 billion because the board. Now he alone is not being punished, but the company, of course, with the board in charge, punished with a fine of $3 billion. That's a whole lot of money. And of course, he was forced out. Mylan, a drug manufacturing company, got a government contract in the US, and in order to make more money, increased the price of the drug 500%. And of course, they made a whopping sum of money. Again, they were caught. And of course, Ita Brecht, the CEO, was forced out and thrown out for his bad behavior, and the company was sanctioned. Volkswagen, a very old and they were caught. And on this occasion, two top executives were actually punished and forced to step down. The president and CEO of the American group, and of course, the home group, Matthias Müller, who is CEO and chairman of Volkswagen AG in Germany. This is an example for us that we must always strive to do the right thing, because you might be caught. It's not enough not to be caught. A good friend and an experienced board guru, Bill O'Rourke, wrote a book, the Business Ethics Field Guide, and was talking about this issue, standing up to power. There are certain things that could hinder our being ethical, and they can be found in this, and we'll talk more about it. Standing up to power, there might be some powerful influence on us. We may make promises without thinking of the severity of that. We must keep our words. And how do we intervene in anything? Conflicts of interest. He says, anyone that does not have conflict of interest never had interest in anything. Because if you have interest, then you must be ready to entertain conflicts of interest. Suspicions without enough evidence, playing dirty, skirting the rules, dissemblance, loyalty, personal values, unfair advantage, repair, and showing mercy. Next slide, please. Now, if we did the right thing, if you go to combustion, and the heat and the fuel and oxygen gets together, it fires the engine, which is designed to move a vehicle. But under pressure, If we see an opportunity and rationalization for doing certain things and look left, look right, there's nobody appears to be noticing, it leads to bad behavior. And if caught, well, that nice bracelet, gold bracelet, will be there. Many examples of it have occurred in financial institutions, hedge funds, and so on. I don't want to bore you with those. Next slide, please. Now, standing up to power. Who is doing the dirty work? You, not them. An example of the fact that you see in sometimes very highly placed, powerful persons may pressure either management or subordinate or even the senior management pressure worker to do something maybe that is not right. So what does the board need? Can I accomplish the boss's needs? What does the person working with the boss, how does he accomplish the need of the boss in another way without contravention, without falling foul of the rules? How much pressure is applied? How much pressure can we take? Will time help? This occurs to the board too. Before corporate governance became harder than religion, all the stakeholders, all the shareholders want is profit. If you used 100 million to make this amount of profit, next year you must use less than 100 million to make a larger amount of profit. The focus was on profit. Does the boss have the right to ask, legal or moral? Is the request aligned with organizational values? Can I seek help? Academic ethics, resources, a friend, others. These are some of the things that we need to do because we all have pressures on us. The board has pressure from stakeholders and shareholders. The management has pressure from boards. The senior management, CEO, executive directors pressurize the GM and AGM and below. An example is, for instance, an influential department head in a library. Instead of purchasing books and textbooks for students, bought only one and made copies so that they don't have to buy the book. Might seem smart, but it's not the right thing to do. Occasionally, a boss might order, or you to hire his own child. And how do you deal with these pressures? Next slide, please. In making a promise, you must consider, was the promise casual or not? Our word is our bond, so we have to be very careful when we're speaking or making promises. It builds character. The world will change. Can you still keep the promise, and at what price? Should you have foreseen the change that may make you go back on your promise? Are there alternative solutions? Don't decide alone. So when you are not quite sure, you can take advice from a co-member or another management staff or anything. Example, you sign a contract to work in a company, and the next day you get a better offer, a huge offer. Can you accept the new offer? A hard question. Considerations, you see something you think is wrong. How do you act? Remember, not acting is acting. So if you're not doing anything, then you are doing something. Whistleblowing requires courage, preparation, and tact. Can you intervene without accusing others? Are you the right person to intervene? Can you get help? What are your true motives for anything that you do or say? Is the system at fault or a person? Do you need advice of experts? If so, get it. Leaders have a license and must intervene. Other considerations include, this is how business is done here. That's what they tell you. You know, you want to stay here, this is how business is done here. But is that excusable for an ethical person? Self-interest versus organizational interest, equal conflict. Recognizing the conflict is important. Train and require sign-up. Are there clear rules in the organization? Would your action cause your motives to be questioned? Who needs to know about the situation? Is disclosure enough? Can you remove yourself from the conflict? Examples, you buy supplies from your company for your company after soliciting bids from a number of suppliers. You select one supplier and award the contract. That supplier sends you a gift. Can you keep it? Suspicions without enough evidence. Considerations, this is not about correcting the situation. It's about finding if there is really a situation that needs corrected. So don't fix what is not spoiled. The way you investigate also matters. Are you the right investigator? Are you biased? After investigation, is the information reliable and sufficient? How do you act? Investigate all and be fair. When do you act? Not in haste. No undue delay. Are there legal ramifications? Next slide, please. Now, you could play dirty. Even killing can be said to be justified in certain circumstances. I'm just watching the TV on the young man that took a gun and said he's a self-appointed vigilante in America and killed 2 and injured 1. And he says he's not guilty. Would your action lead to justice? Does your action maximize the good and minimize the bad? Would the action harm your reputation? How will the ethic or the identical party react? Others behaving badly is not an excuse for you to do so. Maintain your values, always. Example, unfair tackle in a game. Yes, it's only a game after all, but there are rules. Look at the picture, the man is almost ripping the face out of his head, but a good referee looking will catch him and punish him. Skirting. You can skirt the rules. Rules are a way of life and are expected to be followed. You must know them. Would breaking the rule achieve a better outcome? A question that must be on your mind. Nobody's looking. Let me quickly bend or break the rules. Are you interpreting an unclear rule? Do you need somebody to interpret and help you with the rules? Are you bending a clear rule? Travel 68 miles per hour in a 65 mile per hour zone. I bet we have all been guilty of this. You look back, you look, oh, you step on the gas and the car surges. Are you willing to accept the consequences? What is the purpose of the rule? Do you have authority to suspend the rule? Would those in authority agree with you? Dissemblance or deceit. Is it ever right to hide or conceal the truth? Conceal the truth. What about silence? You see something, you say nothing. Silence is communication. A half-truth is a whole lie. Is it the cost of the truth that makes disclosure difficult? If I say the truth, I might get into trouble or sanctioned. You have to ask yourself, would you disclose the truth if the cost was lower? Does the end justify the means? Do you have the authority to tell the truth? Are you at fault for the misunderstanding? Is truth-telling easy or hard? Example, you decide to exclude a reference from being added to the collection because you disagree with the author's beliefs, but tell others that you don't have the funds to acquire the reference. There are some of these examples that really happen in real life to us. Now, loyalty. Next time. Now, you take a look at the picture, man's best friend and his friend. Relationships matter. How much should we sacrifice to honor a relationship? Loyalty includes unwritten obligations of support built on trust. What is the cost of acting out of loyalty? Will showing loyalty sacrifice your ethics? Can loyalty be overvalued? Are you being loyal to a value or to a person? Do others know your values? Example, you have a rule that any employee that accesses inappropriate sites on the internet, on the office internet, must be terminated. And then your most trusted, valuable assistant is discovered accessing those sites. What would you do? What would I do? Next slide, please. Personal values. Have you articulated your values? If you haven't, you better start doing that now. You should by now. Would your involvement promote the behavior? What burden will be placed on others? Is there an acceptable compromise? Are you willing to bear the cost for your beliefs? Could you have avoided the conflict where there is one? Did you make others aware? Did you investigate ahead of time? And do you respect other person's values and beliefs? Example, you wrongly oppose the practice of gambling, and your boss asks you to establish a new section in the library or somewhere on gambling references. How do you handle that? Values in question here. Unfair advantage. Take a look at the right side of the screen. You can see the two contexting, for wrestling. Your benefit comes at someone else's expense. Is it fair? Size and power are a clear advantage. You remember that? What makes the advantage unfair? Who will benefit? Who will be hurt? Did you contribute to the unfair advantage? Can you make the advantage fair? Watch out for reciprocity. When power shifts, don't rationalize. Practice habitual fairness. Example, you are sitting in the airport and a group of folks sitting up behind you are openly discussing how much they plan to charge your company for a building expansion. Should you be influenced by that eavesdropping? Next slide, please. Repair. You look at the man there, he's repairing, he's fixing a car or an engine. But then disclosing mistakes is difficult. Hiding mistakes is disastrous. Why was the mistake made? Fault or shared blame? Who should bear the cost of repair? Does the injured party want it fixed? Was the error foreseeable? Is an apology appropriate? Usually yes, with sincerity. Should you ever repair when you are not to blame? Should you ever repair when you were not to blame? We have to learn from our mistakes. Another example, you discover that your company has significantly overpaid the software supplier for licenses to use. Should you correct that situation? You might say, oh yeah, we got it cheaper, but you underpaid. And the company took the pay happily, but you discovered you were underpaid. Should you fix it? Next slide, please. Showing mercy. Someone asks for your help or forgiveness. Will you be seen as condoning bad behavior or mistakes? Mercy has a cost, so be careful. Did the issue violate values? Does it violate the law? Is it a precedent being set that cannot be followed? Is mercy yours to give? Is mercy yours to give? Mercy yours to give. Encourage open communication. A good example here, you learn that an employee is addicted to drugs. Do you sack or help rehabilitate him or her? more so when he or she is a good worker. Don't just do the right, do the righter. Excuse my French. Do right, don't do wrong. Compliance with the law is not enough. I did nothing wrong. I did not break any law. And the work example, you're in a manufacturing and you create a lot of waste and wastewater treatment in the manufacturing plant. How do you handle it? Do you look right, left, and center and put it in the community where you shouldn't? What do you want your reputation to be? A person who does right or a person who does righter? The sign "keep right" is different from the other. State, yeah, go ahead. Next slide. We cannot continue without talking about state-owned enterprises. Next slide, please. State-owned enterprise is a legal entity that is created by a government in order to partake in commercial activities on the government's behalf. It can be either wholly or partly owned by a government and is typically earmarked to participate in specific commercial activities. SOEs provide citizens with access to vital services such as water, electricity, health, sanitation, and transportation. The competitive position of the private sector-led economy, including small and medium-sized enterprises, is also heavily dependent on these services and infrastructure provided by these firms. Go ahead. Now, what are the advantages of state-owned enterprises? They provide essential services to the people and supposedly at cheaper and affordable rates. For example, electricity and water are some of the most essential services we need. If such services are left solely in the hands of private enterprises, then consumers would end up paying a great deal of money for them. But then, take example of Nigeria. Before the advent of the cell phone, the landlines we had for the whole of Nigeria was about 500,000, out of which just over 200 are active. And so communication was a nightmare. And that is state-run. They have a full complement of boards, they have cars and planes and everything. But thank God for the cell phones. Everyone can talk, no matter where they are. Since state-owned enterprises do not have a sole aim of making profit, the services that they provide end up being cheaper, or may end up being cheaper, or should end up being cheaper than services provided by private enterprises. But is that the case? They protect the consumers, or they should protect the consumers from being exploited by private enterprises by offering them a cheaper and better alternative. Can that be the truth? Because a whole range of private enterprises offer good services or products at competitive prices, more so if it's not a monopoly. Another advantage that a nation derives from state-owned enterprises is the fact that they create jobs. That one you can't contribute. Whether those jobs are good quality jobs or is another thing. State-owned enterprises help the government to control certain strategic sectors of the economy. There are certain industries which, if not monitored and controlled properly, would pose serious risks to the public. A good example is the atomic energy industry. In atomic nuclear nations, it is imperative that the state owns and controls such industries in order to make sure operations do not pose any risk to the public. Next slide, please. What are the disadvantages of state-owned enterprises? There can be high levels of corruption in state-owned enterprises. This is especially common in many third world countries. I hope we are not among those where management is very poor. State-owned enterprises are sometimes plagued by too much political interference. That should sound familiar. And control. Employ this, remove this, put that, do this. I say so. If you don't, you'll be removed. Negative work attitude by workers is another problem associated with state-owned enterprises. Why would there not be negative attitude? They didn't get there on merit. They get there through the political influence. Many workers regard state-owned enterprise as something which does not belong to anybody. Since it is not their business, they do not care what happens to it. This negative work attitude that is heavily seen in state-owned enterprises is one of the major reasons many of these enterprises don't do well. Bribery and corruption is more rampant in state-owned enterprises than the private. Studies have shown that the majority of workers in state-owned enterprises are corrupt. The level of corruption in state-owned enterprises is even worse in developing regions of the world. Workers in state-owned enterprises tend to take gratification, let's use a better name, before they do their jobs. Most managers of these enterprises embezzle, let's say, help themselves to the monies, and others misappropriate them, leading to the slow growth of most state-owned enterprises. Next slide, please. What are the differences between state-owned and private enterprises? State-owned enterprise is set up by the government, whereas private-owned by private people. State-owned enterprises are set up through the Act of Parliament, usually, but private enterprises are set up through the Registrar of Companies. They apply for it. State-owned companies are owned and controlled solely by the state, but private companies are owned and controlled by private individuals, usually boards and management. The aim of the state-owned companies is to provide essential services. It is not set up to make profit, or so it is believed. However, the private enterprises are set up with the sole aim of making profit for their own owners. Profit making is the sole aim of private enterprises. While this is true for private enterprises, you may remember, I recall earlier in this presentation, where private companies are even beginning to query that sole aim of profit. While they don't want to make losses, they also must make decent, clean profit. A big challenge. How do you balance the two? We still have to make profit. We still have to make the shareholders happy. When state enterprises incur losses, these losses are just borne by the state, but the losses incurred by the private enterprise are borne by the private individuals. We need to pay attention to this, because the losses that are borne by the state, there is not body called the state. The state belongs to all of us. It means that they are frittering away our resources. So at the end of the day, you and I and everybody in that state are bearing the losses. When the state enterprise says make profit, the profit is paid to consolidated fund. On the other hand, when private enterprises make profit, the profit is shared by the owners of the company and part of it reinvested in the company. The need for corporate governance. Good corporate governance helps companies operate more efficiently, improve access to capital, mitigate risk, and safeguard against mismanagement. It makes companies more accountable and transparent to investors and give them the tools to respond to stakeholders' concerns. There is the urgent need for SOEs to introduce and adhere to good corporate governance. And we have a duty there to partner with government. Next slide, please. Improving performance. To improve SOE's performance, efficiency, developing countries must appoint competent and autonomous management bodies to oversee SOE's day-to-day operation. That is a tall order, given what we have just heard. Corporate governance of state-owned enterprise is a major challenge in many economies, but OECD countries, guidelines and corporate governance of state-owned enterprises serve as an international benchmark to help governments assess and improve the way they exercise ownership of these enterprises. The OECD guidelines on corporate governance of state-owned enterprises give concrete advice to member countries, and if followed, will lead to efficiency and transparency, and of course, the state-owned enterprise will do better. Next slide, please. African corporate governance also, excuse me, they are gone. ACGN can borrow from the experiences of Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation Development, OECD, of 100 countries as a policy forum that promote policies to improve the economic and social well-being of people around the world with focus on Africa, not just the world. If we can do it, it will benefit the continent. We must partner with government to ensure that board composition, hiring of senior management fellows, follow governance for the benefit of all. Next slide, please. Major problems facing SOEs. We all know what problems SOEs have: political interference, management, political instability, control, poor attitude to work. Introduction and adherence to good corporate governance will go a long way in reducing these challenges. In Nigeria, as in many African countries, there are a long list of state-owned enterprises. Many, if not all, are not doing well. Next slide. Yeah, I love this. When you take a look at this picture, you see a number of serious people, musicians, strings, horns, trombone, drums, organ, and a funny little man holding a baton. But believe me, that man controls or manages or dictates the harmony of the orchestra, of people in the orchestra. It is no different from what boards do. And when we have a board, we have a chairperson or a chairman, and that chairman has a duty to coordinate efforts of all board members, and the board members exercise, oversight over the management. And with that harmony, and that's why it's called Philharmonic Orchestra, a very pleasant sound comes out. Culture, we have to speak very quickly. Leaders create and reinforce culture by their behavior. It's what you do, it's what you do, not what you say. Attract and retain those who support the culture that you have created. But you have to teach and coach and provide tools and reward for those who abide by those cultures. Value-driven leadership is important. What are your values? You have to know it. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to remember, culture eats ethics for breakfast. Wherever you place emphasis on old culture, ethics may not be sustained. I like this culture here, a culture to cherish. This young lady here is the most successful, has had a very successful career. She's working at the World Bank at the highest level. She's now the Director General of WTA and proudly Nigerian. Why am I showing her? Just look at her. Isn't she lovely? I can't remember when last I saw her wear a skirt suits or trouser suits or dress. She's always dressed this way. How better to advertise our continent, Africa? And I'm sure this appears in Kenya, in Ethiopia, in Zambia, in Namibia. Beautiful, beautiful, that can be corporate. Because in Nigeria in those days, they say you must be dressed corporate. What is non-corporate about this? Next slide. Oh, Well, I'm not very proud to say that this young man is my twin. What is wearing? To me, it looks better than what I'm wearing now. And we have to start thinking about it. What we do, the way we present ourselves to the world, matter. Next slide, please. In concluding, you must seek the truth. We must be honest. We have to learn the art of listening. We have to be compassionate. We have to be humble. We need to build trust and practice excellent habits. Create space in our lives to reflect, schedule it if necessary. Bless the lives of those you touch. When in doubt, seek advice, but own the decision. You can't take advice from people, but whatever decision you make, don't blame it on others. Treat everybody with dignity and respect. Get the most out of life. It is always right time to do the right thing. The core values to remember. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as I draw to a close, your adverts of what your company does must be clear, leaving no one in doubt as to what they benefit if they did business with you. It says here, honk if you love Jesus. Text driving if you want to meet him. Sunday school, 10 a.m. Worship, 11 a.m. Wednesday, Pastor Floyd, blah, blah, blah. Next slide. This is another interesting advert, very factual. Text and drive, Wathan Funeral Home. Next slide, please. It's now for me to say thank you for listening to my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is rather for us to say thank you for the very insightful presentation. This is really a journey on reflection, on practice and in practice. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for questions, answers, comments, reactions, and the pleasure is all ours. It seems as though we are standing in front of a mirror, looking into our faces. What do we see? Who do we see? Once again, I'll be reading your comments in the chat spaces. I'll also be inviting those who care to speak, if you use the reaction buttons, to raise your hands. And we'll be doing this for about 15 minutes, and then we'll bring the curtain down. Thank you very much. Also online with us is the President of the Institute of Directors Ghana. And I also saw Professor John Bright Kobla Aheto, the Chair of the Education, Capacity Development and Research Committee of the Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from you. Thank you.
Let me begin by congratulating my good friend, the past president of Institute of Directors Nigeria, Dr. Sonaya, for that reflective, mind-boggling presentation. And I like that culture of the dress. You have to make one for me. I want to look like you. Very, very reflective, powerful submission. Indeed, the board has the responsibility to set the tone. Leadership is at the center of organizational success. I cannot agree with you more. But the leadership nightmare is when one hasn't got the resources to deliver. how does leadership get that resource to be able to get the job done?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Roxy, I believe that you know that answer. In the first place, the first thing is making the right appointments. Yes. There is no academic qualification for becoming a board member, and we all know that. That is now, you don't have to be a lawyer or a doctor or an accountant. By making membership of a board competitive or highly experienced and qualified people who have attributes of all of these things that we've been talking about, by putting them there, they will find the resources. Because it's one of the jobs of the board of directors, not only to set the strategy and everything, but also to provide the resources for the management to carry out that function. You have to create the resources to achieve those set objectives. And I'm sure you must have done that in the past.
Yes, that is the order of the day. I mean, the leader indeed is at the heart of the rise and fall of the organization.
Yeah.
And so if the leader doesn't get results, then we are in trouble. And so the operational staff must be willing to accept the strategic direction of the board. But we have situations where the operational managers are more inclined towards taking directions from the political heads than the board. And it results into a lot of conflicts, particularly on the African continent, and for that matter, Ghana.
Oh,
what do you advise is the solution?
If I may say, you are not alone in Ghana. I can tell you, in fact, there is a new one that they do in Nigeria. A state-owned, a huge state-owned corporation. The president dissolves the board and appoints or retains the CEO as sole administrator. I don't know if they do that in Ghana. We are very good at that.
Yeah,
what we need to do, in my humble opinion, is for men of goodwill, men who have been transformational, men who have created wealth, to be part of politics. Although I blame myself for that, because as a young man, I had the opportunity to take part in politics. I said, oh no, one, they are not good people. I was rationalizing why I don't want to. Oh, they are crooks. Two, I believe that you can't make money in politics. Not that I made much after all, but I thought that that money they make in civil service or in government cannot fund my, my standard of living that I wanted for myself. But guess what? I was wrong, because those people were paid little, but they have a huge access to the cookie jar. And so they have big houses and big cars. But what we need to do is that we have to enter into politics. Even if we don't, we have to interact with the politicians and the government. I can tell you our experience in Nigeria. We have been getting a lot of results in Nigeria now by moving close to the government. We have persuaded the government that all directors of state-owned enterprises must undertake direction courses that we do. The government has now told them that if you don't pass the direction courses, you will not be promoted. Like they say in Nigeria, gradual by gradual, a step and then another. We cannot leave. Politics is too serious to be left to politicians.
Thank you.
Wow, politics is too serious to be left to politicians. From Mercy Odura Nyako, very deep and well articulated submission there, boss. Thank you very much for this education. Our integrity and values will always lead us. From Dr. Rejoice Wodom Deji Foley, wow, this is really deep and practical. From Josephine Saki, very insightful and inspiring. From Herbert Lawson, so much to learn from this presentation. My favorite takeaway, silence is also an answer. From Prince Amuzu, congratulations to the speaker for a well thought through presentation. My issue is, what happens if you insist on the right values and you seem to be frustrated in the process? From Dr. Kwame J. Thank you, Doc. This is a thorough research effort. I only have one comment. On page 32 on ethics and leadership, you mentioned a few examples from the USA. Could we have any examples from the African continent? Especially when African institutions are inept. I believe this will help shape our discussion on the African continent. Thank you. Comments for now.
May I just quickly comment on examples on African continent? I was trying to be smart. I do not want to offend Ghanaians or Nigerians or Namibians, so I always pick my examples from elsewhere. Of course, we have a lot of this. In Nigeria, there are boards of banks that are sacked. There are people who set up Ponzi schemes to scam people that if you put 50,000 in today, by tomorrow, you get 150,000. And they do these things for months and years. In fact, a couple started a financial company, this Ponzi scheme, and they ran away with, is it 13 billion? They ran away. So we do have, but then the fault is that of regulation, my dear sirs and ma'ams. Our regulators, in my humble opinion, are the perpetrators. But guess what? It would appear, especially, not only in Africa, but especially in Africa, that when you have money, you can get away with murder, unfortunately.
Wow, in Africa, when you have money, you can even get away with murder. Deep food for thoughts there. Doc, I'm wondering, is it possible to have a compass that does not point to the true north?
Madam Appiah, you are a fearsome, fearful professor. You are asking a question that I may not score more than a D. But I'll answer it this way. And I didn't want to put it in a serious presentation. My advice to directors is this. If you want to be a Christian, please be a good Christian and stay Christian. If you want to be a Muslim, be a good Muslim. But in business and governance, there is no if. The moral compass is always pointing north. And that's the only road you have to take. Because you, ma'am, know that God loves sinners. In fact, Jesus came for sinners. Muslim, the same way. God is forever forgiving. Governance doesn't. Once you are caught, Again, I want to be smart. I don't want to give example from Ghana, Nigeria, Namibia, Zimbabwe. I'll just quickly tell you, the boss of Enron, one of the biggest influential company, chairman and everything, he died in jail because he misbehaved. He misappropriated. There was a man they call Madoff. Madoff was a hedge fund manager, and he made away with his name. His name was very appropriate. It's called Bernard Madoff. He made away with people's money, billions and billions of dollars. Of course, he died in jail as well. My advice is that if you don't want to follow the true north, please remain a Christian, remain a Muslim, but if you must dabble into today's business under corporate governance, there are no second chances. Once you are caught, the sledgehammer.
Thank you very much, Doc. As we wait for some more comments, a little reflection on compliance with the law not being enough. As we fix ourselves and fix our countries, how do we avoid ticking boxes?
Do you want me to say something on laws not being enough?
Compliance with the law is not enough.
Okay. I agree. But those who are making the laws, those who are making the rules, I'll give you an example that is very painful. Our lawmakers in Nigeria make the laws, but they operate outside of the laws. We ask them, how much are you paid for your services to us? Up to today, we don't know. But we have rumors that shows that many of them are paid millions a month. If the lawmakers don't even observe the laws that they make, how can we say laws are not enough? But if we abide by corporate governance that gives you sense of values, moral values, ethical values, you will always do the right thing, even if it's going to cost you. One of the things that I've learned from the developed world is that when you are caught, if you are caught, apart from restitution, apart from going to jail, you must apologize. How many of our leaders, business leaders, know how to apologize for the pain they've inflicted on society? I really admire the Western world for that. If not only the Western world, in Japan, people commit suicide because of the shame. In China, they don't allow you to commit suicide. They cut your head off. They get it, oh yeah, put your head this way, and they cut it off. So we must, if we must build Africa, we must make every effort to reduce corruption. Because corruption cannot be eradicated completely. I wish it can, but it's not how many laws we have. It's the values of the individual, the etiquette of the individual, which is taught from childhood. When your mom and dad tells you, no, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. No, you can't have that. No, you must share. Yes, you must share with your friends, and so on and so forth. It starts from there. And once we miss that socialization, I don't know whether when we're choosing board members, we should learn about their childhood histories or development. It might help.
It might help indeed. So there's another food for thought. Are we being loyal to a value or to a person? And the follow-up is from Dr. Rejoice Odom-Deji Foley. She says, integrity and values. The worldview says, make your boss look good. How does this relate to your statement of honoring values and not people?
You know, those who ask those questions know better than I, and I'm sure that's what they've shown in the question you asked. Like I said, I hide under this. I was born a Christian. Don't steal, don't rob, you know, don't do this, don't do that. But there are pressures. I was born and raised a fundamentalist Christian. You must not do this, you must not do that. How come many of us, when we grow, we do the wrongest things? How come we misappropriate and appropriate funds? Even when the values that we were brought up with as children, as high school, were very, very high. Values are created by a set of, you know, a group of people, whether parent or society or, but integrity makes you to be able to look at yourself in the mirror. Okay, I'm being offered this to do the wrong thing. Should I do it? Is it that the price is too low? How much would take for me to do that which is wrong? I don't have the answers. Because if you need something and somebody out of the blue says, you know what, doc, if you, I tell people, I said, things are so bad, you can even get a doctor to write you your own death certificate. You might think I'm being melodramatic, but it is happening because we have seen people who get doctors to write certificates that they are dead to make a claim from the insurance. Isn't that sad? So integrity is everything. Certain things you have to be able to carry yourself with integrity. No, although I need more money, but I don't want to acquire that money this way. It's a tough call. I thank those who asked those questions. It sounds conflicting, but it's not. It depends on the individual.
Thank you very much, Doc. On this note, as we keep on looking in the mirror, we are being mindful of the fact that unethical conduct catches up with us. And a half-truth is equal to a whole lie. Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Institute of Directors, Ghana. May we have your last words.
I just want to thank Dr. Sonaya for that reflective submissions, very, very rich and deep. And it's a challenge for us as governance practitioners to go and live and practice our ethical values. We must be seen and be known for ethical values. Thank you very, very much. We're grateful to have you.
Thanks for having me. I wish Ghana every success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so we will take a 30-minute break and re-engage for the final 1 hour. Let's remember to seek the truth and seek the true north. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our speaker is seen. May I humbly invite Mr. Fred Aite, CEO of the Institute of Directors, Ghana, to do us the honors with some administrative directives. Thank you.
Good afternoon one more time, and then welcome to the fourth session of today's program. Madam Moderator, may I go ahead to do the honors of introducing our special speaker for the last session?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I have the singular honor to introduce Professor Tirovin Subaroyan. For short, he likes to be called Professor Tivin. And so, Prof, let me seek your permission to call you Professor Tivin.
Of course, absolutely fine.
Thank you so very much. So Professor Tivin is a professor of accounting and the Deputy Dean, Partnerships at the University of Essex. He's also the Deputy Director of Research-led Center for Accountability and Global Development at Essex Business School. His research focuses on the interplay between accounting, accountability, and governance, with an emphasis on emerging economies. And his work seeks to gather evidence about local practices and insights with a view to propose meaningful and contextually appropriate reforms, thereby contributing to more effective governance arrangement in organization. Indeed, Professor Tivin has carried out several commissioned, well-funded reports and published research on the adoption of governance codes, practices, and of its consequences in African and the UK context. Professor Tivin is an associate editor of the Journal of Accounting in Emerging Economies and Sustainability Accounting, Management and Policy Journal, a well-renowned journal. He's the current president of the British Accounting and Finance Association, BAFA, and immediate past president of the African Accounting and Finance Association, AFA, whose remit is to provide a voice and platform for accounting and finance researchers and to engage with policymakers and practitioners. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, we are honored to have Professor Tivin to take us on the topic, the role of governance code and board accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, I yield the time to Professor Tivin. Professor Tivin, thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, CEO Fred. And I hope you allow me to call you Fred as well, and also Chairman Roxon.
Yes, please.
Chairman Roxon, Dr. Biga, I hope you're well, and other members of IoD-Gh. Greetings from Essex University, UK. I'm very pleased to be here. And I also recognize in the room my dear colleague and friend, Dr. Danson Kimani, who's at the moment we're working very well and very closely on developments in Kenya, so on corporate governance. So it's very good to have him as well in the room. So I understand I'm the last one, so it's always a difficult one. I suppose people might be looking forward to the next to other things as well, or perhaps maybe I'm left with a talk of perhaps saying things that perhaps people have already said, and it wouldn't be surprising given the quality of the speakers that I've noticed have gone through before me, including my dear colleague Professor Collins Ntim. So I will try to go through my presentation around the governance code and board accountability. But obviously, at some point, perhaps I think I have roughly an hour, if I remember, moderator. I think about an hour. I will probably.
That's right.
And I will try to stop before the hour to allow for any sort of comments and questions. So I might skip some of the slides. I'm more than happy to circulate the slides anyway afterwards. So let me just share my slides. I hope you will be able to see them and still hear me as I go along. Oh, no, that's the wrong one to share. Just 1 second. Yeah. Can you see this? Can you see my slide? Yes.
I can see them.
Okay, very good.
The role of the governance code and board accountability.
Okay, thank you. If there's any comments or any issues you want to raise immediately, please use the chat box if that's more convenient. Of course, please feel free to stop me if I may not be able to see your hand because of the technology. I may not be able to see your hand, so may be best to either say something or put it in the chat box. Right, so as I was very graciously presented, I'm a professor at the University of Essex. I'm member of the Research Center on Accountability and Global Development, and researching for the last, well, I would say 15 years roughly on corporate governance and governance more generally. I know there's a context to these developments and these discussions because we obviously, myself and colleagues are trying to support and advise and provide our little contribution to the ambitions of the IoD-Gh to develop a national code of corporate governance. So therefore, there's a certain context, of course, to which I am talking to as I'm presenting. This is a combination of my talk is a combination of experiences from a research kind of perspective, because I bring evidently some experiences from research, but also from obviously our research is not only research happening at a distance. It is research where we work a lot with directors, we interview board members, we interview chairpersons, and so on and so forth. So we get a good set of insights across different countries. So the sort of subtext to me is for Africa and Ghana, are we talking about new beginnings, or maybe if I want to be a little bit pessimistic, perhaps, are we more of the same? Of course, being optimistic, I hope this is a new beginning and moving on with further developments. So I'll start with setting out a big picture around what's happening governance globally. I wouldn't need necessarily to say why should governance matter, but I think still it's important as we try to convince or engage with all the stakeholders involved about the role of governance and the role of corporate governance. I will talk a little bit about research insights, but this is not my intention to present papers or articles, because there's so many of them and written by very good writers, better than me. But I just want to put some insights and some experiences, because some of this research is based on my own research going on. And at corporate governance code adoption in terms of philosophy, and some reflections on what I call starting points. Of course, starting points, in a sense, we have already, and I understand IoD-Gh has already started. So it's not a sort of starting at the very beginning, but rather perhaps thinking about the journey and mapping out the journey. Obviously my presentation kind of moves a little bit from different countries, from the UK as well to an international, as well to an African perspective. And I apologize in one way, I apologize for that. On the other side, I think I want to provide a blend of different ideas. I'm a firm believer of taking the good ideas wherever they are, whilst being very, very mindful that some ideas don't work in certain settings, some ideas don't fit in certain settings, and that's absolutely fine. I'm not here to talk about prescription. I'm not here to talk about what should be a code or what should the code try to achieve, in a normative way. There isn't a normative way, a journey for that the code. The chapter that we've just finished writing, myself and various colleagues, Jeffrey Areneke, Wafa Cliff, Danson, and myself, have tried to bring together the experiences of various of what's happening in Africa and whether corporate governance codes matter in Africa. So we did ask that question: do the corporate governance codes as they are or as they have been in place do matter? And we bring some thoughts and ideas and data about this, as well as charting out the stories of the what do you call the path of different countries like Nigeria, Kenya, Tunisia, and South Africa. How they developed and went through the experience of the code, And each of them brings almost a different saga, a different set of stories, a different set of lessons from them. So I think part of that, of what we've written in that chapter, I obviously will mention, but it will soon be available as a publication as well. Are we okay so far? Can everyone hear me? Am I okay?
Yes, Prof, I can hear you and you are okay.
Okay, good. All right. So let's start with a very simple and clear, but how we talk about corporate governance. What do we mean in a generic word? Well, it's a number of things, and traditionally we talk about either the way a corporation is led, the way the board is involved, and the way that we talk about achievement of organizational objectives. It's a forum. We can see governance as a forum for the exercise of accountability. We can see corporate governance as strongly as an element of transparency, primarily to whoever finances the company, but also to a more broader set of stakeholders. So when we talk of governance, often things pop up in your mind, and basically these things, such as organizational objectives, exercise of accountability, transparency, but also I think more we've just finished with the climate change conference last week, and what you have is also a much broader set of concerns affecting every one of us, and obviously companies, which is what I call societal-led objectives. But society is clearly putting us on notice around many things. Sustainable development, climate change, COVID, which is obviously not mentioned very generally here, but COVID, all of this resonates with us when we talk of governance, as well as notions of economic development, that we see governance as a way towards better development in the wider context of countries, whether they are emerging economies, developing countries, or even developed economies are having to change that. And I wanted to really quickly set out these paradigm shifts that I would be, some people would be cynical and say that nothing's changed, but I would say that I'm starting to become a little bit more optimistic and more realistic in the sense of how corporate governance was defined initially, and how it has, so by, you can almost see here the sort of definitions changing, direction and control. Then it became a set of relationships, a structure for which to achieve performance, okay? And then 2015, between 2004 and 2015 was obviously the financial crisis, which then prompted the development of the rethinking of or an alternative thinking, a more global thinking of corporate governance, where we talk about trust, transparency, accountability, long-term investment, financial stability, all these key words that barely existed in the jargon 10 years before that, 10, 15 years before that. So that was, I think, the first sort of noticeable when it came to governance and corporate governance. And it continues in the sense of how afterwards, afterwards it continues in the sense of, just one second. Sorry, apologies. Winter's starting here, so I've eventually got the usual cold. So a framework of processes and attitude within organizations. So you again see the movement of processes, a framework of processes and attitudes. So the first time, I think, in many ways, the notion of thinking, the notion of board, if you want, philosophy, ideas have become a little bit more present in this, rather than seeing simply corporate governance as a set of things, a set of objects to put there and to tally and to tick the box, and then we got them. But actually where attitudes, values became gradually to the fore. And finally, as some of you, probably all of you know, the African Union guidelines, the draft African Union guidelines and principles on corporate governance, where it's much more explicit here, where we talk about evolving from a narrow perspective to one that accepts that the interest of salient stakeholders should be equally met, and that the business owner should be seen as a good corporate citizen. So you can see this sort of shifts in governance thinking throughout these particular definitions. There are more examples. I didn't put everything, but hopefully gives you a sense of the times we are, and also why do we have these particular challenges? I mean, these are not happening in isolation, as you know, and regular collapse of large profile companies draws attention to governance failures. In particular, the voice has been becoming louder and louder about the role of non-exec directors, for instance. The notion of independent challenge has been open to question. It was assumed that independent challenge was going on, but in fact, it might have not been going on. I emphasize the notion of independent challenge rather than independent directors. What we are trying to talk about here is the ability of a board to, whoever might be doing it, to be able to challenge and challenge executives and work towards improving outcomes for the company as a whole and for all its stakeholders. And so, whether these mechanisms are working, whether audit committees are working, whether remuneration committees are working, these questions have been raised around this. My own, the own kind of focus of governance, obviously, many of the developed world has been around compensation to worker ratios, where high ratios between the CEO salary and the worker has raised a number of attentions, as you know. And also this rebalancing of responsibilities towards shareholders and stakeholders in society at large. So all these issues have been coming gradually throughout the last 10 years, environment, climate change, diversity, and obviously COVID. And COVID has revealed many, what makes a company respond to the crisis for the benefit of its customers, of its employees, of its shareholders, and has kind of weathered the storm, as opposed to companies who could not, companies who basically floundered through the same systemic, through the same systemic event. So clearly, researchers are now pouring into this. What makes this company still there? Why is this company still there, given the same systemic pressures, the same sector, the same industry? Why some companies have managed through? Why some companies haven't managed through? And governance, I suspect, is one of the key elements of that. And another contemporary challenge is state-owned corporations. So we're not just talking in Africa of large companies, large businesses, because we have also a large amount of what I call state-owned enterprises, which are complex by nature of its ownership, by nature of a political influence, by nature of the people involved, and also by nature of what they deliver in terms of service. And so that's, for example, one of the things that interests me and Dr. Danson, where we're working on in Kenya on looking at the case of state-owned enterprises. So all of this brings back this concern about the black box of governance, and also how we can make codes more appropriate, more relevant, more effective, because many of these large profile cases, many of these challenges have happened in on paper, very well governed companies. So it's not an issue of a badly governed companies that fails, because that wouldn't be not necessarily a big surprise. It will be companies that are really doing well on the scale of measuring corporate governance indicators, but yet manage to not weather the storm or address things adequately. So that's these challenges that I think are concerning all of us. It's not an African issue. It's not, to my view, an American issue or a US issue. It's a global issue. And particularly, even state-owned enterprises are very, very prominent in many developing countries, in Asia as well. So that tells us where the scale of a problem, if you want. Now, on the subject of a code itself, I think, I don't intend to go and explain what a code's content or what should not be. I mean, we know that codes try to basically supplement or complement particular regulatory principles or legal principles around the role of a board, the role of a directors, the role of a different stakeholders. And codes have had their ebb and flow of being extremely well designed and detailed to becoming different over time. So it certainly has its common characteristics. One thing I might say is that codes, I think somewhere I've got a graph where, you know, from my colleagues, Francesca Cuomo and others, who've kind of mapped out, you know, the development of a number of codes. And clearly you can see this exponential growth in codes in developing countries around the world. And not only that, also the revisions. In other words, how codes have developed, have been designed, have been put forward, and then been revised and reviewed over time. Because that, I think, is a sign, not a direct, you know, not necessarily a very persuasive, but at least an interesting sign of the dynamism within whoever is involved in developing codes, or whether people have realized, okay, these codes are not necessarily giving us everything that we want, or that we have adopted codes very quickly the first time, didn't know exactly what was going to happen, and now after a few years we realize these are the things that need to be in there, or these are the things that don't need to be specifically in there. So that gives you a sort of context again of the codes. And as you know, there's a strong and not surprising a move away from this idea of compliance, rules-based. Certain sectors will always prefer to have more rules than principles, but generally a move towards a principles-based type of code, you know, so where set of principles are set out, and then companies have to, you know, have to engage and demonstrate how they are living by these principles. And I'm making it very clear that I'm not using the word complying, adhering, because these are effectively going back to this problem of tick box exercise that we do encounter. And our research has shown that most African countries, there's only 24 countries that we actually could find examples of codes or guidelines or other similar documents, but very few have moved away. They're still at the sort of comply or explain, and moving very slowly towards the apply and explain idea. That's the South African code, the Mauritian code have also moved to. So that is the nature of what's happened in the last. Now, why should it matter? Now, I'm not going to bore you too much with the theoretical and academic elements of it, but I would say that when we talk of a board and corporate governance, what we are interested in is the monitoring ability of a board. So obviously a board monitors in a stricter sense, in a procedural sense. A board supports because we are not here to think that all executive needs to be policed in a particular way. We need to be monitored, but at the same time, we need to be supported. So in a sense that we work, or directors would work with the executive. So the supportive ability of a board. And finally, one thing which is important is that often because of the nature, interconnected nature of the enterprise, of a firm, or the organization, whatever the size of a firm it is, whatever the type of profit making or non-profit making, then we also have to consider that we have to depend on resource providers, we have to depend on stakeholders, and therefore we need a board that can give us access to resources. You know, I'm using the word resources here in a very, very broad sense, not necessarily a financial aspect, but also whether it's a political resource, whether it is a reputational resource. What do they bring to the board? An expertise, for example, expertise in particular disciplines, in particular subject areas. All this tells me that if I'm looking at a board, and if we're talking about corporate governance, then a board must have people who can, monitor, support, and resource, you know, who will be able to resource the company. And so often I ask people. This morning I was doing a talk as well to funnily enough to vice chancellors of universities and council members of universities, and I asked them, have you looked at your board? Have you looked at whether you have enough monitors, enough supporters, and enough resource people? In a sense, that's the key question one needs to ask. So therefore, it should matter, because the evidence has demonstrated that if you have a right composition and the right abilities within the board, then that does bring you much sort of outcomes within the firm. Now, I'll skip on that, but it was just a matter to show you that there is a sort of standardized presentation of what corporate governance would reflect in a large company, and also what factors are around it. So if you're talking about developing a code, of course, these particular environmental institutions, if you want, institutions within the environment, obviously crucial, and need to be obviously dovetailed into. So it's not a matter of adopting a code or implementing a code in isolation, but rather implementing a code with those elements in mind. Two things from that diagram before I move on is notably that corporate governance can apply to smaller enterprises. Corporate governance can apply to closely held companies, which I will talk about an example later on. Closely held companies, family companies. They may not have this all bells and whistles committees, but they may have elements of that governance. That's an important element. A second one is, I think, one thing that is missing here is, I think, the primacy of current issues such as sustainability and all of this, which is taking a more important element here. Okay, to give you an idea, but although I won't go into the whole detail of this, is when we talk of research, and when you might say, well, what do researchers in corporate governance do, or how can they contribute to your particular agenda? I mean, there's a number of research, there's large scale of research, whether in the accounting or management literature, that looks at all these particular questions. Doing what sort of good structure of a board should we have? What type of committees and how should they be composed? What sort of executive remuneration work better? How do we manage risk? How do we manage relationship with shareholders and other stakeholders? And how do we make boards more accountable? How do we explain their actions? Okay, and so this research is looking at it from slightly, I would say, two angles. One is we can say, oh, here's a code. Are they complying with the code? Are they adopting the code? Or more generally, even in the case where there isn't a code, how is actually corporate governance actually practiced? Because if you remember my earlier slides, I mentioned 24 African countries have visibly a code of corporate governance. What about the other 31 or so countries? What about the other countries? Many countries are fairly large in nature, have an enterprise, an economic sector, private sector. So my question often as a researcher is to say, well, we don't hear much about the other countries, and what are they doing? Although they may not have a code, but what are they doing? How are they arranging their structures within boards? And how could they, what do they do perhaps, which may be a closely guarded secret and that we haven't come across yet? Because research, by the way, in the African setting is very, very, very limited to the big countries, if you want. So Egypt, Nigeria, South Africa, and to a lesser extent, Ghana, Kenya, and the like. So there's a large amount of no idea about what is happening in other cases. Right. So I just wanted to pick up a couple of examples just to give you an idea of what research has demonstrated. I'm using the case of Mauritius because it's an example that I'm familiar with, but there are other cases that I've picked up here from the literature. But really, just to give you an idea that when the code was implemented in Mauritius in 2001, was published in 2003, implemented from 2004, a colleague and I, we studied it. We had a funded report. We investigated what was going on, and we found obviously this theme that we come across quite often in governance is this selective implementation. So in other words, when a code is put on a comply or explain, then what you get is selective compliance or selective adoption with not much explanation. So things that companies don't like, companies don't understand why is that relevant, they don't adopt it, and there's very little progression. So there's a kind of what we call a plateau. So they adopt, and then flat. So we found this. And this sort of things have been also picked up in other countries. It's not just purely a story about Mauritius, but also, for example, Kenya. 2000 and fast forward, because I mean we've done the papers, we've communicated this to the policymakers, but fast forward to 2016. Mauritius has issued a new code, a revised code on an apply and explain basis, So we moved on from comply or explain, and which is more on a principles based. So it's less amount of things to tick box exercise, but more of a principles based. And what is interesting, I've just finished. I was an external commentator on the code on this. Is they've just issued a scorecard. So what's happened is, the National Committee of Corporate Governance has issued a new code on a principles-based basis with some guidance for various sectors, including family businesses, and at the same time has very recently issued what we call a scorecard. So in other words, we're not going to have a sort of checklist exercise, but the regulator is going to look at the corporate governance arrangements of companies and is going to make an evaluation as to whether companies are high up on the scale or not so on the scale on progression. So we are trying. I mean, and this has been a subject of a large debate, 2 years of work, which culminated in its launch barely 2 weeks ago, which I was attending, where the idea was to say, how can we improve governance arrangements in firms? Is obviously by understanding what has been done, by trying to understand why other things haven't been done, and then adapting and proposing solutions for that. But this is still, early days in terms of what will happen. But certainly there is a shift between this comply or explain to an apply and explain, and we want to see whether this reflects positively afterwards. I've just mentioned here a couple of other papers, just generally to mention that to what extent codes can bring change, and there are some elements of change that is always painful. Things such as executive evaluation, executive remuneration are less obvious, and you can see in both cases here, but there are large variations. Whenever we start talking about directors' remuneration or executive remuneration, these are, for the want of a better word, touchy aspects that don't get a lot of engagement with, and that's something that's been picked up in many cases before. I also want to mention these two studies, and I promise there's not many of those to come. One was how codes can really have what we call real effects. Okay, so a code, I think in the past we see a code as something that may have a paper effect, so an effect on paper, better with disclosures. But does it change how we run things? Does it change how we evaluate, how we do things? And that's always been a little bit unclear, especially in the African or developing economies context. And one thing that has been interesting is this related party transactions, which is a very, again, another controversial aspect within governance, is the disclosure or the limitations around related party transactions. And lo and behold, when the Securities Exchange Commission implemented a new ways of disclosure, it actually changed, it actually reduced the amount of related party transactions. So this is what we call a real effect. So governance, setting out clearly that certain practices probably are problematic, controversial, challenging ethical behavior, and it actually resulted in a drop in the instances of ethical related party transactions. So this is what I call a real effect. Of course, it's a different context, may not mean that it will work in other countries, but this is something to pick up. And lastly, an important paper again, but again from a Canadian context, but still something to make you, I think about this is that companies that simply comply with the mainstream average way of implementing a code don't get so much notice by the market. But however, companies that actually develop their practices and explain how they are tailored to their unique set of circumstances, okay, are able to be noted by the market, are able to be rewarded by the market. So in other words, the explanation part, the communication part of why governance should be done this way for your company is actually being picked up in a more positive light. So that's an important message, I think, when it comes to this idea of not simply seeing implementing principles of codes as being simply ticking a box of mainstream requirements, but rather to see what is relevant to us, how can we change to make it relevant to us, and then communicate that, and that has a positive aspect. So some reflections there in the end here is that so far, and this is what I'm talking about, goes back to my title, are we having a new beginning or more of the same, is that corporate governance codes have often led to simply more disclosure, a checklist type implementation, selective implementation, and what I call boilerplate, simply just writing standard text, but it doesn't really have any significance for the company, to stakeholders. Some scholars have said, well, at the initial stage, all these countries adopting codes may have done it with a particular pragmatic view in mind, maybe to attract foreign investment and so on and so forth. But now I think, even investors or foreign investors have picked up that, we are interested to know about the how rather than simply the compliance with particular codes. And we cannot forget, obviously, in the African context, and this is what I think the African Union principles also tries to pick up and say, look, there's all these interesting words in the literature or in global thinking, board accountability, board oversight, independent directors, and so on and so forth, but they do not necessarily fit very well with things that maybe have been happening for a long time in Africa, whether within businesses, whether within political elites, and so on and so forth. So there needs to be some realization and some, engagement with a local context so that we can change incrementally rather than trying to implement a concept that may be effectively very alien at the beginning, or at least would encourage a sort of surface implementation. I have to say that even my own research may have influenced this problem, because we're trying to measure compliance, and because we're trying to measure compliance, we end up getting into a tick the box exercise. And what happens is we end up measuring basically whether the monitoring aspect of a board is good, whereas we're not really understanding whether the supporting aspect of a board or the resourcing aspect of the board is okay. So because we are just looking at the board or as corporate governance as a monitoring element, so we are missing out things on there. So we, in a sense, researchers and policymakers may have got it wrong at the beginning to try to understand governance in a very narrow way. And I hope that as other countries at the local level, at the national level, such as Ghana, are looking at the code and thinking what should be a code of corporate governance in our own country, but we need to reflect on those and not end up repeating basically the same mistake, I think. And more recently, if you look at the UK development, because that's what I'm familiar as well, given some work recently, is that the focus has moved to what I will call maybe softer and more encompassing things. So for example, board culture, corporate values, thinking within the board. So the Financial Reporting Council, which is the UK Financial Reporting Council, which is the main organization issuing corporate governance, has just published a few reports all around board culture, values, board values, directors, so really focusing, if you want, on what we call the softer or the human element or the conceptual element of the organization, rather than simply saying, do they have 2 directors, do they have 2 independent directors, or do they have a committee, do they have a committee? That's certainly something that is happening, but that we are not focusing on, that we're focusing on those aspects. And how to make the culture, board culture and board, values more present. So the crux of the matter is simple, or maybe simple to explain, but not so easy to perhaps to implement. I give you that. Is that we are, on one side of the circle here, we can either stick to the idea that corporate governance is a very legalistic system where we just tick the box, which is on the left side of the screen, or if we're going towards a principles-based, then we should see corporate governance as a way of evidencing a firm's application of the code's principles. So we are moving towards a principles-based, where what we are interested is how the board engages with different aspects of the organization at the top, how they set the tone. I think this is a very common language in the board, setting the tone. And the setting the tone is obviously looking at big ticket items for discussions, such as the purpose of a company, the strategy of a company, the board process, the decision-making process, and how we bring in shareholder or stakeholder considerations. So these principles or these ideas are much more towards, if you want, a philosophy of adopting the code that is away from the first one. I'm not saying that the left side is irrelevant or we should not look at it. I'm thinking that, as usual in life, we need to have a balance between these two things, and that so far maybe perceptions about the code or adoption of the code have been too much on the left side of this. I hope I'm making sense as I'm going along, and don't see any comments so far, but I'll keep going, and I will stop probably another 5-10 minutes if that's okay with you.
That's okay, Prof. Please go ahead.
Okay, good. Apologies for that. Still my little cold. So as I've said, these are the key points. This adoption philosophy should be there. In the end, it is the stakeholders and yourselves and directors and policymakers who make up their mind. But I'm just putting it out there and saying that clearly a movement towards the right side, namely towards an adoption philosophy, but emphasizes adoption of principles, engagement with principles, and the board operating much more genuinely in relation to adopting the code. It is possible at the same time that regulators and ratings agencies will continue to measure quantitatively whether there's a certain amount of scoring to be given to how companies adopt the code. That's okay. That's fine. That is not what, however, should be guiding how a firm will implement the code. A major emphasis also is when we talk about board accountability, because that's the second part of the title, is basically accountability is about how directors in the company will apply the principles of the code, how they will do it, how they will implement that. Okay, so now I don't intend, I'm not here to sell any particular model. There are many models being put forward by different writers, and notably, I think Mervyn King, recently spoke at the IoD-Gh and is a brilliant thinker when it comes to a particular mode or framework of looking at governance, and others are also going on. One thing that I have been obviously attracted to, and this is just purely as I said, an example is this the project on purpose. If you're not familiar with it, I would suggest a read around the British Academy's project on the future of a corporation, which looked at what we redefining the business in terms of its purpose. You know, what is the purpose of a business? So that is the central aspect of this, and I'll be very short on it, but just makes sense here. Corporate purpose identifies how the company assists people, organizations, societies, and nations to address the challenges they face, while at the same time avoiding or minimizing problems companies that might cause or make them more resilient in the process. So the purpose of business is to solve the problems of people and planet profitably, and not to profit from causing problems. So that's a simple idea. Challenges at the very core, but often the idea of business is to make profit. It challenges that, it displaces that idea that yes, you are a business, yes, eventually you will make profit, but the notion of purpose is, why are we here? Why is the company here? What is it trying to do? What solution is it bringing to society, to the economy, to people? Okay, so it's probably something that was being developed already for the last 2 to 3 years, but I think COVID may have crystallized minds of many people around the world about what am I here for? What is the business is about? And how can I come up with something that I can improve societal outcomes in a profitable way? And that simple idea of purpose is what is at the core of, if you want, developments in corporate governance in the last few years. Okay, so it is something coming from the UK. I'm not, and it's being also happening in the US. But in its simplicity that I'm trying to get through here. It is the idea that we need to challenge, possibly the very beginning is that what is the purpose of the firm, and what is the firm here trying to do? And I've put some examples, an example on the side here of a company maybe that's building a furniture company, but then how are they delivering a purpose? How are they delivering something to society? And purpose has now become part of what companies have to tell us, have to tell investors, what is your purpose and how you intend to deliver on that purpose. And everything else then follows from that. So it's sort of pulling a thread, really, is once you've got a purpose, then everything a board would test an executive project, a strategy, a decision would be against that purpose. Okay, so you want to invest into a new company, you want to expand, you want to expand abroad or whatever. How does that ensure the completion of a purpose, the achievement of that purpose? How do we achieve that? So that's a very important element. And purpose is not the same as business model, and is not the same as strategy, as I've put in the slide here. These are two very distinct questions that one asks. So this is, I think, a very important, I think, to my mind, thinking that then flows everywhere within the system, flows everywhere within. So, sorry. So even here in the UK, challenging notions of what companies are for means that we also have to think about the law, we also think about contracts, we also need to think about everything else, but the whole ecosystem around businesses and organizations. It is an important change, and that requires reform all across, including directors' responsibilities and directors' roles and responsibilities within corporate law. And within the company, within the board, then the role of a board is to evaluate, to develop that purpose, to set up a set of values necessary to deliver purpose, and then to see how this is reflected in everywhere. Every company employee, every organization, every person should be aware of what is the purpose within the business. I've not, I mean, there are some further examples of what purpose statements would look like. you know, and this has to be explicit. This has to be a very clear statement of the company. Our purpose as a company is to do this, is to develop something in relation to improving society or improving facilitating the lives of particular citizens and so on and so forth, whatever. It is not a mission statement, in case people are wondering. It's not a mission statement in that sense either. And here are some guidance about how we should look at a purpose statement. What is it about? What is it seeking to achieve? And how will they achieve that purpose as well? It's not just to boldly go where nobody has gone before, but also to be able to say how you're going to do it as part of your purpose. So I think this is an important, I mean, I don't intend to go into detail, but this to my mind is an important, a crucial element in governance. Because if we can say tie governance to purpose, then when we may have solved a large chunk of a problem already. Now, I'm only giving this as an example. This is not something to kind of apply immediately or to consider immediately, but it tells you how the purpose is at the top, and it's called the North Star. So this is, by the way, the corporate governance principles for large private companies in the UK. This is a code that just came up a few years ago, and which I've been involved in evaluating. So we're actually looking at companies, large private companies, most of them family companies, how they are implementing those principles. This is a principles-based code. This is not a rules-based code. So it's all very general. And we are just reading through and talking to people to understand how are you implementing the principles in this. It's not a tick box exercise we're trying to measure. And you can see in the diagram here how the notion of purpose and leadership is at the center of everything else. You know, everything else then follows from that. What sort of board should we have? What sort of director should we have? Well, it should be about the purpose. What sort of responsibilities does the director will have? Well, it should be about fulfilling the purpose. What sort of remuneration should we have? What sort of incentive scheme should we have? Well, it should be based on achieving the purpose. So you see this sort of connection here is quite direct. And I've put in the next few slides a couple of these questions that much more incorporate the notion of purpose alongside everything else, alongside the composition of a board, alongside the board accountabilities, alongside the role of committees, alongside risk management. So everything kind of connects to this particular. How do we deal with stakeholders? How do we address stakeholders? So I'm not again, to emphasize, I'm not again saying this is a code you have to implement. It's just an example of that. I can see a question in the chat box, and I'm going to get there if you don't mind, because I'm all to my conclusion. So what I want to sort of conclude on this point is, obviously, we're just starting a journey, or IoD Ghana, alongside the major stakeholders are starting a journey around the code. So obviously there needs to be a thinking that, moving or thinking further than just based and thinking much more principles based. That's probably not an obvious point. A locally devised code has a much better chance of succeeding. All these codes I've talked about that have been implemented or imported have not had very good outcomes. It's only when people actually get stuck internally, that's where things become more readily implemented. We need to tackle the fundamental aspects. So we need to really consider that many of the challenges we've had in the past with codes has been around things such as board culture, corporate values, leadership. It's been about that. When people talk of governance failures, it has also been about, well, directors saying, or board members saying, oh, well, I did not know what the company is for. I did not understand where are we going. I did not understand what is our sort of key direction within that. So I think this is where so this idea of purpose is quite crucial in tackling these fundamental aspects. Of course, a broader conceptual base also is important. I think the AU principles does mention Ubuntu, for example, and that reflects a recognition of African values, of African culture, and that is crucial. you know, it may be that it is not necessarily called Ubuntu in everything that we do across Africa, because Ubuntu doesn't necessarily speak to every African nation, but at least it recognizes the need to tackle this important question about the values, the culture, the principles, and the leadership that is required at the board level. There are also other starting points that I don't want to go into the detail, but integrated thinking, and the healthy, sorry, not the health, but the healthy company by Mervyn King is absolutely another starting point that people may decide to go on. And also the whole sustainability agenda is coming through quite strongly. And so that could be also another guiding principle within the development of the code. So that's my conclusion. And there's a lot of references I've put at the end, and also obviously my contact details if you wish to make contact. So I'm going to stop sharing now, and if I can get the screen back on, right? Okay. So I'm going to stop now, and so I now can look at the question from Dr. Kwame. My thinking is that he did not pronounce heavily the impact of cultural practices and political instability on implementing good corporate governance. I totally agree. You know, this is not an easy journey. I think I started by saying this is not an easy journey. This morning, you know, this morning I give you one anecdote. It may not answer your question, but I'll give you an anecdote. I'm a member of a board of you know, one vice chancellor said, I've got these members of the board. I was talking about having people who can monitor, who can challenge, and then he mentioned, I've got this politician on the board, and this politician has already explicitly told me, this is what I want. I want to be on this board because I want to gain something. I want to obtain something. I'm here on the board for this reason. Okay. And so he kind of communicated his feeling of, you know, powerlessness in a sense, because you are dealing with a political figure, and therefore, you know, treading how to deal with the political figures, particularly if it's a university that probably has a lot of public funding, for example. And so all his colleagues around, and there was many vice chancellors, many colleagues around say, well, we should not let that happen. We should fight against that. We should stand up against that. We should be ready to say, yes, there are these cultural practices, there are political instability, but whether this is for the good purpose of a company, whether it's in the right purpose, does it benefit our workers? Does it benefit our stakeholders? Does it benefit our consumers, our clients? If it doesn't, then I'm sorry, it doesn't. And then we have to move on and look at other ways to deal with this. So I agree, political influence, board selection is there. But equally, agency is there. That is yourself, as either a chief executive or other members, to be prepared to accept these are the values that we have, and we are not going to tolerate those values, those particular influences. I'm not saying it's easy to say for me. I agree, but this is something we have to say. You also mentioned the Mo Ibrahim Index. For a good start needs broadening. Yes, I totally agree. I think the danger with any index, I'm a researcher, I've done quantitative research, an index inevitably reduces things. Inevitably, the nature of developing an index, of putting a number next to a qualitative aspect, inevitably brings instrumental thinking, or how do I tick the box, or how can I get a better score? You know, it's like a student, you know, how can I get better marks at this exam? You know, it's natural. So I think indices can take us only so far. Indices cannot take us to the end of having effective corporate governance, in my view. Thank you. I think the other comments are
they are appreciative. Just to say thank you to you for the insights shared.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments? I hope it's been insightful or useful in some way.
Very, very insightful. We have our plates very full. We are still digesting.
Yeah,
and
I apologize for that.
It's all right. It's all right. That's the essence of the session.
I understand. I've been to Ghana a few times, and the meals have always been very plentiful. So I thought, I should do the same when it comes to my talk. That the should be level to the same for the level of food on the table.
It is, and trust you, we will finish the meal.
Yes. I'm not sure when I finish the meal. Yes.
Dr. Boateng is here. Let's hear from Dr. Boateng.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. And Professor Tubin, thank you for this insightful presentation. I just want to seek your view on compliance, regulatory compliance. From governance code, we're talking about board accountability. If you are in a very multi-sectorial, governance structure, like what we have here in Ghana, trying to put together a country code that you want to regulate all the sectors within the economy. What will be the best approach? And then again, how will you deal with compliance, to make sure everybody is within line, to the corporate governance structures that has been put together as a national code? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. I think you just described the whole project for the whole year, in the sense of how we. I will say I like everyone else. I've grown old with compliance and tick box and I'm the first one to say sometimes you have all these mechanisms and they still don't work. They still don't. The proof is in the pudding. So. I think the important point is to separate these things. One is we need to have good and effective governance. We need to have organizations, companies, whatever it is, state-owned corporations that operate with a good purpose, effective boards, make effective decisions for the delivery of whatever it is to individuals. That is, I think, the central consideration that always is at the back of my mind. We want the delivery of outcomes, isn't it? We want some outcomes. May not be financial, could be social, could be anything. So that, I think, should be driving the development of a code. Now, individual agencies, banking authorities, will always have their responsibilities and very rightly so, legitimate responsibilities around making sure that companies are complying with particular standards of conduct, what I call standards of conduct. We would expect, for example, all directors of a bank to be fully fledged, to be able to have the right qualifications, to have the right composition of people. And I would say very, in a very, what's the right way? In a very pragmatic way, that is the business of a regulator. The business of a regulator is to make sure that this is in line with their expectations. So they can, we can train, they can have their own assessments, they can do their scoring, they can evaluate a particular bank as to whether they are adopting the principles of a code, but also following the particular diktats, if there's one way of putting the particular diktats or expectations of the sector, right? So I think this, I hope it makes sense. I'm trying to separate these two things here. There's a compliance. Is compliance for who? Compliance for what? Compliance for what reason? So when we have a reason, then we can look at compliance and how it's being done. This is what's happening in the Mauritian case, because a scorecard has been developed. The scorecard is being developed by the regulator, the National Committee on Corporate Governance, to evaluate the progress in governance and to find ways to improve governance in the country. So either they'll be doing more training, they'll be setting out more position papers. They'll be doing more workshops. You know, so that's the reason they're doing. So sorry if I've interrupted this. So they are going to do a scorecard assessment, but companies in themselves, companies should be looking at their governance principles and implementing them in the way that fits their particular circumstances. So I think I'm trying to divorce these two things in this way. I hope it makes sense what I've responded.
A lot of sense, Prof. A lot of sense. So as we seek to set the tone in the boardroom, to look at the big ticket items, to find ways of having traction on strategy, and also being mindful of stakeholder considerations, we want to know to what extent codes will bring change. We've heard a lot about the evidence in support of actions and inactions, interventions that have been made. We do not want to have selective compliance or selective adoption. We want to be able to have meanings drawn from lessons in other environments. On this note, shall I invite the president of the Institute of Directors Ghana, also the chair of the Chairs Forum of the African Corporate Governance Network, Mr. President Roxon Kwesi-Dogwega, may we hear from you?
Thank you very much, Lady Reverend. And my good friend, Terovin, that was a very, very, very good education session. I have picked a lot of things, particularly the fact that corporate governance has now gone beyond just ticking of boxes, but to asking oneself, one's organization, what is one purpose? And that definition must lead to making sure your definition does not impact negatively on the people and planet before your profit comes in. That was great. I'll open the floor for others to make comments, but I have been very, very educated on these exposition. Thank you.
All right, so Prof. Aheto's hand is up. Professor John Bright Komla Aheto, Chair of the Education, Capacity Building and Research Committee of the Institute of Directors Ghana. Prof, you have the floor.
Thank you, Prof. I really enjoy your presentation. I just want to get one thing clear. As a developing country, I hear you speak more to principles-based than rules-based method of development of our national code. Am I right, or I did not hear you well? As a developing country.
Good. This is where I will sit on the fence and say, you know, in a sense, there's a bright paper actually by colleagues from Nigeria who talk about both. So in a sense, a rules-based and a principles-based. I'm only talking from a perspective of, you know, ticking the box will get you so far. It won't get you, I think, to the journey that perhaps Chairman is talking about. So we can talk about compliance. We can talk about best practice. We can say how many committees shall we have, how many directors shall we have. You know, that is a time and place for that. And I you know, but my feeling is the more you put these, the more you end up with a sort of companies trying to skate around, you know, trying to redefine what is two directors, what is independent, what is not. So I think we end up with, you know, tying ourselves in knots, really, sometimes with a rules-based. So if I have to be, you know, I'm not going to a very clear answer perhaps, but I would say take what is good in the rules-based and then move on with the principles-based. I think that's my sort of, you know, Solomon type conclusion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from Mrs. Maria Sariabwa, thank you, Prof. Tivin. Thank you also to IoD Ghana for the kind invitation. It was a pleasure to listen to today's presentations. She believes that purpose has been met. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just mention and say thank you very much to the IoD-Gh for since we've met, myself, Collins and Danson, I've met Fred and Roxanne. Can I say how pleasant has been? The interaction has been extremely enriching, and then we look forward to keep working wherever and contributing wherever possible.
Thank you very much. Mr. CEO, any comments?
No, thank you very much, Professor Ntim. I mean, as I've been sitting and listening, and I've learned so much from what you said. And basically, the message is crystal clear that I think that we need to put some ethics and some morality behind the numbers, and the ticking of the boxes. It's very important that we appreciate that as we make the impact is the results that we are getting, and we must do so from the bottoms of our heart that we want to achieve a certain kind of result, rather than trying to circumvent and give the impression that we've done something. To what extent is what we've done sustainable? And that sustainability comes from exactly what Professor Ntim, you shared with us today, that beyond the numbers, the KPIs, what we are trying to achieve, we need to make sure that they are sustainable within the spaces that we are operating. And for that matter, we should not just be looking at the indices and what has been ticked or what has been done, but to what extent can we sustain them based on the other parameters that you've shared with us. It's been very insightful, knowledgeable, and also very educative. Thank you so very much, Prof. Ntim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Hello, Rev. Hello,
yes.
Rev.
Yes.
Can I ask a question before
all right.
we pull off the curtains? Okay.
All right.
Prof, at the tail end of the presentation, he was talking about Ubuntu. Is it a strategy? But I couldn't get the link well. He was talking about.
Sure. I think I just
can explain further. Yeah.
I don't think, I'm not sure if it's out yet. I think Chairman may know more than me on this, but I know that within the African Union guiding principles on corporate governance, there's a reference or strong reference to the principles of Ubuntu to guide basically the development of corporate governance in Africa. That's where my reference comes from. On one hand, it is welcome to think of developments at the African level, using ideas and values from the African soil, so to speak. Whether this is something that is readily acceptable by everyone, that's a different matter. But there you go. I mean, Africa is such a complex set of cultures and countries, north, south, sub-Saharan, so west and east. So it's very, it's enriching, but at the same time, you're not necessarily going to get, a buy-in from all of that.
Yeah, maybe just to add to the submission, the issue about Ubuntu came up when we're looking at the drafts of the African Corporate Governance Code that was championed by the APRM under the AU. At the Chairs Forum, we looked at that and felt that that should not be part of the consideration because cultures are different. So we cannot import a South African culture into an African culture. And so we advise against the use of Ubuntu in the document. So it's actually not a position carried by the chairs of IODs at the moment.
Yeah, I would like to hear what the outcome is.
Right. So we have made our recommendations. Yeah, we have made recommendations to the AU that it is better for that to be taken out to avoid controversies. Issues about cultures are different and unique to each country. Yeah. And so if we want an African code, then we cannot borrow one culture into another. Let's leave issues about culture out and have a generic, code that is applicable and that will resonate with every country culture than just trying to bring into one culture, that affects the other.
Yeah, I to some extent I agree. I think these are elements of unification. How to unify is harder to do if you have particular specific aspects in there. So I think that seems a very wise move.
Thank you very much for the insight shared, Mr. President, and a colleague of Prof. Tivin, Dr. Danson Kimani, adding his voice to say a big thank you to Prof. Tivin for the insight shared, also to the IoD Ghana team. God bless us all. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, we thank Prof. Tivin for putting the icing on the cake. Thank you very much. Mr. President, over to you.
Thank you very, very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and our cherished speakers. It's been a very, very good session from yesterday and today, setting the tone for us to start work on the development of corporate governance for Ghana. It's been a very, very useful lesson. I have picked a couple of things from this session. One is the fact that politicians must be involved. The second is to the effect that we must go beyond ticking of boxes and define our purpose to make sure our business models and strategies do not impact negatively on the people and the planet before our profit consideration comes in. It's been very good. Issues about ethical leadership, transparency, accountability, responsibility, fairness are key as corporate governance practitioners. It's important that compliance are necessary for good results. Ultimately, all of these should lead to trust. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very, very good session, and I believe you've enjoyed it. We look forward to a continuation of the Directors Week celebration tomorrow. On this note, I want to thank you once again for coming, and I wish you a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Presenter.
Thank you, Mr. President.